will be looking at the proudest moment in American history, the Apollo 11 moon landing. Here we can see Neil Armstrong taking that historic first step and becoming the first man to walk on the moon. Yes, Timmy?
Who shot that?
What?
Who shot that footage?
What do you mean?
Well, if Neil Armstrong was the first man on the moon, then who's holding the camera?
I'm going to step off the land now. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Well,
Who's out there with the camera?
No, I know what you're asking. I'm just...
Very fine-grained as you get close to it. It's almost like a powder.
Could have been like a tripod, or... No, it's not.
Tranquility base.
Neil Armstrong.
No, he was in it. I mean, who's holding the camera?
Whoa. Hey, Mr. Mayor. Who shot the moon landing?
Thank you for calling the military.
Hi, yes, I have a question.
Don't ask, don't tell.
No. Who shot the moon landing?
Only go in all fraction of an inch, maybe an eighth of an inch, but I can see the footprints of my boots and the treads and the fine sandy particles. This is Houston, we're copying. Everything is very clearly visible.
Yo, good to see you all. Thank you for coming. I'm glad you could make it. Awesome video. I swear, where's Derek? I think he dropped again. He's having some issues, but it's good to have you guys here. Please hit the likes, share the show. Really appreciate you coming in. I see we have Roger, Sirius, Sandro, Brad and Tasha, Justin Credible, Sandro, and Arterino, whoever that is, Candidate. Ryan in the house. What's up, man?
What's up, dude? I thought I was late, but I guess I'm only 2 minutes late.
No, it's good to see you, man. Fashionably late, as always.
You too, yep, fashionably late, of course.
It's good to see you. Derek, it was in here, but he seemed to have dropped. Don't know, he's been having issues with his phone or something, so. But yeah.
Yeah, the internet's been kind of wacky lately over here. I don't know what's going on with it.
Yeah, that's for sure. So what's news, man? Hey, Dylan. And mentally divergent. Yeah. So do you think the space is real?
Nope. I wish it was. It sounds like a lot of fun. It would be a lot of fun, but no, I don't believe it.
Well, it does smell like a burnt steak or something, according to Chris Hadfield.
Yeah, I heard it smells like turds or something. Or something like a bad fart or something. That's freaking hilarious. But.
Oh, there's Derek back. Yay! What's
Hey,
up,
sorry
Derek?
about that. Hey, greetings, boys.
No stress. But it's good to see you, man.
What's up, brother?
So the vote so far is just astronauts assemble. Yes, 61%. No to infinity and beyond, 39%. So tonight's theme is just space, guys. So again, it's the same as always. The link is above if anybody's wanting to come and just have a discussion. At least tonight we're not capped till 11 o'clock because tomorrow's Saturday, so I can lay in a bit. And I don't have children to wake me up at 6 a.m. What'd you say, Ryan?
I said it's Friday.
Friday! Yeah. I was thinking I found a cool documentary that we can maybe look through. If we don't get anybody coming in to have a discussion.
I was going to ask you a question about, what do you think about this, maybe that there's a gap between the dome and the actual outside of the realm or whatever? You heard that theory? I know it's just an off-the-wall theory, but I'm just curious what you think about it. You know, like how we see, like, sometimes we see double moons, double suns, and some people think that it might be a reflection because there's more than one dome, or there's a space between the beginning of the dome and the outside, or whatever. You've heard this, right?
Just like an open space in between.
Yeah, like a room or whatever, like a
Like
gap.
say you have it, like if you have like a bowl and an opening in another bowl kind of thing.
Yeah, kind of like a double fish bowl or whatever. Yeah, that'd be the best way to
It's very,
describe it.
it's very possible. Well, who's been speaking about that?
Well, I meant like, what do you think biblically? Like, what does the Bible say, or what that you know of?
Well, the
What
Bible
do you think?
itself, the Bible
Somebody
itself,
told me that it's biblical. I don't know why they said that.
yeah, the Bible itself speaks about the three heavens, but the Ethiopian Bible, because of Enoch, describes it as seven heavens.
Okay,
And
so
those
what would that?
are
Okay,
physical.
how would you describe seven heavens? Like, you mean they're stacked on top of each other, or they're inside of each other?
Kind of thing. Let me see if I can get you a visual.
I think I've seen it. I think I've seen that the biblical like representation of what it looks like. It has, it shows the pillars and all that, and that kind of thing. But I'm not sure I understand how it integrates. You know what I mean?
Okay, here we got. Okay. Circle cookies. Is this showing on screen, guys? Yes, it is.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
There we go. Seven heavens. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The seventh heaven you would find in 1 Kings 8:20. See, there we go. You see, it's like how you were saying, Ryan. One, and then there's water, and then space, another heaven. You see, with in between.
That's a trip, man.
Mm.
That's a trip.
Let's actually go to these scriptures quickly and see if that's actually what is discussed.
Yeah,
Hello,
that's
it's most interesting. How's it going? And Matt,
Hey.
good to see you, man.
How you doing?
Hey, it's Roger. What's up, man? Bart.
It's Barf, sir. Barf. From
Oh, there you go.
Spaceballs. Yeah. John
Ah.
Candy's character. Yeah. You were doing space, so I said, yeah, why not?
I almost wanted to show. I almost wanted to show Spaceballs today.
Yeah, nice. Lord Helmet. I'm not playing with my dolls. No.
Let go of the great vacuum.
I've never seen Spaceballs.
I have, when I was a young
Great
child.
movie, dude.
It was ages ago.
Where are we
only
now?
thing I've ever seen, I've seen the clips of, where he's like, I can't breathe in this thing.
The helmet? Yeah.
Yeah, the helmet.
The Where Are We Now in the movie, when they're playing the movie back, you just missed it. When was it? It was just now. It was just then. They got the release on VHS. It was funny. They put it in the console, played it.
Yeah. Okay, I don't know how they get 7 heaven out of 1 Kings 8:27.
Who's saying this?
This thing on screen here.
The heavens and the earth. Okay.
Because they're trying to say the 7th heaven and they give some scripture based on it. 1 Kings 8:27, that's where I am now.
Okay.
But will God indeed dwell on the earth? Behold, the heaven and heaven of heavens cannot contain thee. How much less is this house that I have built? I don't know how that goes up to the 7th heaven. Because I know the Ethiopian Bible has the book of Enoch.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Enoch has
7 heavens. Exactly. Yeah. But the Bible itself, as just the normal biblical 66 books canon, it only speaks of the 3 heavens. It doesn't speak of 7. Let's see. 2 Chronicles 6 verse 18. Uh, (6:18). But will God in every deed dwell with men on the earth? Behold, heaven and the heaven of heavens cannot contain thee. How much less is the house which I have built? It's the same.
Yeah. That doesn't say seven heavens. That just said God
Yeah,
can
yeah.
be contained by heaven. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. What's up, Michael? Good to see you, man. Yeah, that's what we're trying to say. Just the Ethiopian Bible has Enoch, which describes seven heavens, but the Bible itself doesn't describe the seven heavens. So I'm just trying to. I find it perplexing that um, this thing is trying to explain the seven heavens based on Scripture, but I don't see where it's talking about it. Apocalypse of Abraham. You see, 19:4. While I was still speaking, behold, the expanse under me, then the heavens opened, and I saw the seventh firmament. Third heaven, 2 Chronicles. But I've seen a lot of people actually talk about this. I think we should maybe do a stream on this sometime, guys. How's that sound?
That's cool.
That'll be interesting.
I would learn something.
I think that can actually be. I think we should do something on it sometime.
I've
Because
heard
a lot
the
of people
seven
do
heaven
believe there
theory.
is seven heavens.
I've heard the
I have a
seven
private
heaven
message in
theory, and
Elements.
I'm not sure how to take it. Somewhat, I think it might be just like the seven layers of like the noble gases,
Noble gases kind of thing.
like where they settle in the underneath the dome.
Well,
Okay.
you got to have containment to have those gases to begin with. So if there's seven different containers that contain these gases
Would there
in
be
the
seven
firmament,
containers, or is it seven layers?
layers, containers, it'd be a layered container.
That's interesting. Michael said, yeah, the seven heavens is not explicitly mentioned in the book of Enoch. Instead, the second book of Enoch describes heresy of 10 heavens. The first section of the second Enoch details Enoch's ascent through. That's weird. I remember it as 7. So I have been beguiled, guys.
I just heard it was said in Enoch that there are seven different heavens in particular, but it's probably the second Enoch they're referring to.
And that's a
Anyway,
heretical, definitely, yeah.
yeah.
I don't trust second book of Enoch. The first one's also got me doubting a bit, unfortunately. But the second one, ooh. I agree with this, Michael. Several religions beliefs incorporate the concept of seven heavens. Islam, Judaism, Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism. Yep. Islam's interesting. Islam's how can I put it? Their seven heavens are flat pancakes on top of each other.
Yeah. That's kind of Vedic in a way, right? With the plain disc, the seven layers of it.
Yeah.
But they think we're inside of like caves underneath those. If you look at the Vedic cosmology. Well, you can buy the second book of Enoch for $18 on eBay. Yeah.
I don't think I would really do that. But
No.
yeah. Well, it's good to see you guys. Thank you, Michael, for that information. I think we will be doing a seven heaven stream then sometime. Because I think we all got some things to learn about that.
The
For
second
sure.
book of Enoch's offered up in a lot of Christian websites, so it's I don't know if it's dogma, but it's in there. They use it.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never trusted the second book of Enoch because it doesn't gel with scripture. But after the last discussion we had with Adam on the first book of Enoch, I also don't. I don't know. There were some red flags in there. I'm not saying I don't trust the book of Enoch, number one, but there were some things in there that doesn't really gel. So it's something I'm praying about with God. Should I trust it or not? You know what I mean? Candidate, this topic for tonight is space. The reason I chose space tonight is because you guys don't want to talk about God. So tonight we talk about space because you love space so much. Agreed?
Yeah, space is wonderful.
So you can come talk to us about space, how much you love it, how much it smells like burnt steak, And then we discuss and tell you how it violates the law of thermodynamics, the first law of thermodynamics, and then we tell you how you need a firmament to be breathing right now, so space cannot be fake, and therefore God is real, and God comes back into the discussion.
Yeah, okay, Keith, you want to break it down for them? Like, tell them how it violates the second law? Because a lot of people don't understand that, do they?
Oh, that's actually very simple. According to the second law of thermodynamics, gas pressure will require containment. Why? Because gas will always seek to available space. And if we don't have this containment holding it in, it will have what we call free expansion of gas. So it will expand freely into the available space around it. So if space is real and you have no container, the gas we breathe will just all fill that available space, and therefore we'd all be dead.
Well, and eventually it'll lose its elasticity. It'll stop bouncing off stuff, and it'll lose its
Yes,
energy. It won't
we
expand
wouldn't have
anymore.
gas pressure because gas moves in all directions constantly. It would have to have a collision to come back. The fact we have gas where we are means it's having collisions to come back.
We wouldn't have a dynamic system. It wouldn't change. We wouldn't have weather. You wouldn't have anything. It would just be like it would die. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey, Matthew Eastman, good to see you, man. Where's the Grunderland? Hello. Sean Hawkins in the house as well. He just says wrong.
Wrong. Yeah. That's
Wrong.
beautiful, Sean. Wrong.
Okay. I thought Sean just streamed like I think 10, 15 minutes ago, something, half an hour, swearing at me, telling me how he's blocked on my channel. Odd how he's able to comment then.
Yeah, weird. Yeah.
We still see your comment, Sean.
Yep.
Yes. But you're more than
Hi,
welcome to
Sean.
come in, Sean. I'm praying for your salvation. I'm really praying for you, Sean, because I do believe you need to find God before, time elapses.
And much
thing
love
with
to everyone in
what
chat.
He's not a spring chicken anymore, guys.
No. The Baha'i studies actually look at the second book of Enoch too. A lot of people in the secular religions do. Away from Christianity, they accept it. It looks like to me. If I'm looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I had to add that in there.
No stress. Okay, so I found a documentary. I haven't watched it yet, but the moon landing, the world's greatest hoax, by Free Documentary History. Do you guys want to watch some of that?
Sounds like fun.
Right on.
I think let's do that while we wait for people to come in and actually have a discussion. So yeah, guys, Globies, if you want to prove to us that space is real and you want to have a discussion, the link is above. Hit the like, share the show, and we take it from there. Cool. I heard that voice. Marcus. Malcolm. Actually, a very nice guy. Obviously, he's a glober. I remember when I was his partner on whether the moon landings faked or not on Modern Day Debates. Very nice guy.
I remember
We actually
him.
had a discussion for a while afterwards. It's from Apollo Detectives, guys. They have some awesome stuff. We should actually get some of their content on again. Love it, Apollo.
Yeah, but they won't talk about flat Earth though. They don't.
No, they're not flat earthers. Obviously, that's not what. But they do understand the moon landings were faked. Their belief is they obviously did it for political gain and things, and that it is possible maybe today to do it. You understand? But they didn't believe it was possible those days. So that's what they believe.
Mm-hmm.
But they show a lot of the things false, which is really cool.
Yeah, the thing is, I think they believe that there was a secret mission to the moon that nobody was privy to.
Yeah,
they think it. They think they did do a trip to the moon, but they didn't tell anybody about it. And there's like
I've heard
space up there. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I should get it. I think I'm not sure if we can really watch this documentary. I think I'm rather going to get Apollo Detectives up.
Yeah.
It's just safer. Woohoo! Ooh, Dave's Dilemma. It's a new one.
Huh.
You want to watch Dave's Dilemma? Yeah, because Dave McKeegan has always been, how can I put it this way, trying, ever since, it's been a while, where Dave McKeegan's been trying to tell them they're wrong about things like the ISS and, the lunar module and all this stuff. And literally just getting it wrong. You know what I mean? Because he does what he does best. Act all confident like he's actually telling something that's debunking something, but he's not. And they set him straight. So let's see what the dilemma is. It's called James Dilemma.
Okay, we were talking about McKeegan and Jaron from Jaronism. I had a watch on their video. So did Marcus. And they were going over the Chandrayaan craft with the 3 legs on it.
Oh man,
and then,
that Chandrayaan craft, guys. How fake was that? What's up, Dave? Good to see you, David. That Chandrayaan was very fake. You guys agree? That Indian so-called
landing? Yeah.
landing that landed on the dark side of the moon, as they put it.
Yeah, they did not.
No, definitely not. It was bad. It was very cartoonish.
then we pulled up Apollo 12 and Apollo 11. You can actually count the pads on the Apollo 12. There's 4. It's just one part's in shadow. But the one on the Chandrayaan, there's only 3. Doesn't matter what you do. So I pulled up a different version of it where someone made a comparison. There's something wrong with that one on the Chandrayaan. So Dave McKeegan is out to lunch again on this.
It was interesting how often he mentioned Apollo detectives, but he mistook me for Jarrah White.
What?
How do you do that?
Yeah, I don't know get that right.
That's hilarious.
But think about that. If he doesn't even get Marcus right, how is he going to get the information about the Apollo landings right?
Well, I don't know. I think there might be something wrong with the guy otherwise. I don't know if it really, I don't know if that's connected, but yeah, definitely something's not right.
Yeah, but I agree, Michael. What's interesting how people still believe it in 2025. And by the way, candidate, you've never been on, so don't talk bullshit, man.
That's what I was getting ready to say to him.
Yeah, so until you actually come on and actually give presentation, you can't say anything. Hey, Will Barrow, good to see you, man.
I'm in the UK and Jarrah's in Australia. You think he'd be able to identify them separately. But no, he claimed to have emailed me about that picture. He's never emailed me. As a result, I've never replied to him, which is what he said. Of course I haven't replied to him. I didn't get an email from him.
Ah, it's like what Will Duffy did with me. You were formally invited.
And Roger.
No, you weren't. Yeah. They didn't want you to come, Flats. Sorry.
Remember, he said he couldn't get my email address. But
Bro, you know you were on the ban list before they even started it, right? Yeah, I mean, come on.
Yeah. It's all just a game.
It was Jarrah White he got the email from. It's Jarrah White who's done the research to look at that particular picture. And then Dave McKeegan comes along using Google Moon, by the way, not the original picture, turned it round.
Sorry, don't Jaron, when it comes to debunking stuff like this. No. Just no.
Made it smaller and then put his own image of the Apollo lander onto the alleged Chandrayaan image and claimed that it made perfect sense. Well, he obviously hasn't read Jarrah White's analysis of that picture because Jarrah was talking about a 3-legged lander. And it's quite obvious he was a 3-legged lander in Jarrah's original discussion of it, which is now posted onto the Owlis website under the Jarrah White Communications. But Dave McKeegan chose to falsify it wrongly, so it wasn't falsified. But he obviously watches a lot of...
Of course he can't. The thing is, Marcus, when it comes to Jaron, he's He's just a grifter that just goes along to make any shit up he can. Especially now that he's become a glober, he's become more retarded than ever. Sorry, but that's the truth.
Yeah, you're right. He's reading the script now. He's not speaking from the heart anymore.
He's literally become more brain dead than ever. So he's going to look for every kind of thing he can just to appease his new type of audience. Because the same people he always, how can I put it? He was always getting support from. He told were retards, and all the people that called him a retard are now supporting him. Weird that. It's like we're living in some kind of weird dimension. Yeah, candidates like guys. I don't think candidate will ever come in because he's what you would call a keyboard warrior.
Support
Yes,
your
he
local
is.
retard.
Yep.
He's probably someone's soccer account, and he's too scared to come in and actually say it. Yes, exactly, David. Jaren said the blue origin
All right.
was real.
What?
Which is sad because even mainstream was saying it's faked. That tells you
Did
something.
that backwards.
Yeah. What's up? You got to be free.
The Apollo detectives, because he kept quoting us, specifically on the vacuum testing.
He still doesn't know who we are. Jarrett's on here as a guest once in a while. Marcus is here all the time. And Dave, do you remember me? You don't know who I am either?
No, he won't. I don't think Jaren remembers most people. Dave doesn't remember most people, besides his dog.
Surely it's easy to identify the three of us as Apollo detectives, which he kept quoting.
I just want to point out, guys, detectives is a plural. It means there's 3 people. Yeah, you see there's more than one? Yeah, just let them know. Not just one.
Darrell White does contribute on occasions, and it's very obvious when he contributes because he talks as an Australian and he talks a lot of sense. Here we are, 35mm film, and if it's got S-star backing that may not get damaged at low vacuum levels, what will get damaged is the light-sensitive emulsion. And you make the point.
And this is what I brought up in my debate as well. Bringing up if they had this film in a vacuum, we would have color disfiguration. We don't have this color disfiguration. So therefore, it wasn't in the vacuum.
Point about, well, you show the picture showing one side, and then you turn it over, and you show the other side. Yeah, there are 2 sides to it. That's the light-sensitive emulsion. That's what's damaged in a vacuum, not the backing. The light-sensitive emulsion is affected very rapidly, especially on the moon. Test it out.
What I would like Dave to do is acknowledge the fact.
The test is they're putting it in the vacuum chamber. But this is what I do get from these guys as well, is when you actually show them the evidence and the demonstration about this, they just either make excuses or they do something else.
That this film was tested at the University of Patras in their vacuum chamber. Why don't you mention that in your live stream?
And also,
there's a reason why I won't mention it, because it debunks his whole argument.
True.
Guys, don't worry about candidate. He's just a coward. Of course he won't come in.
No, but he talks a lot, dude. It's just annoying.
Yeah, he's like a little chihuahua. He barks at a pit bull and expects the pit bull to get scared.
Well, I saw him say yesterday that debating you is a waste of time, but yet, I mean, here he is.
Yeah, he's in the chat.
He's here all the time in all the shows.
And why
I mean,
would
it's
you
like
waste
something
your
is
time?
not a waste of time. I don't spend that much time on something that isn't worth my time.
Why would you waste your time going into somebody else's chat and doing stuff
Right.
like this? I mean,
Exactly.
I don't watch channels that I don't like. I just leave.
Yeah, it's weird. You don't go to a channel that you find boring. You don't go to a channel which you find the guy's an idiot.
It's more like a heckler, you might say. That's what I'd put him at.
Yeah.
Ooh, the film.
The fact that it was outgassing so badly in Bill Demos's vacuum chamber, he had to switch it off, or it would have damaged the $10,000 vacuum chamber. But that's why he had to switch it off, to stop it damaging it.
Yeah, the pump alone is 10 grand. That's US dollars, by the way.
That is why Bill Demos had to protect his equipment, because it was outgassing so badly. Was it 10 to the minus 6 he was using it? That's nowhere near.
It's nowhere near the moon. Exactly. Nowhere near the moon.
Near the vacuum level on the moon. Outgassing on the moon would occur almost immediately. It was exposed to the vacuum,
Instantaneous.
which is why you did the testing over 3 cycles. Because on Apollo 17, they opened the door 3 times.
I always make it clear that Bill only let that go for 4 hours at minus 6, and that was it, right? Then he said, that's enough, like game over. Again, if he took that any higher, then the pump would have been destroyed because too much stuff was outgassing in the window. You could see it in the window.
It's the light-sensitive emulsion that is outgassing, not the backing. And
this is why Dave McKeegan doesn't show it. Because he knows. He knows he's wrong, but he can't admit it. It's as simple as that. He can't admit it.
They have to lose their grip with the moon landing thing.
But I mean, this was the same with the whole TFE thing, where he shows his 360 camera, which has the glitches when that occurs when you re-put images back onto the camera because of compression issues. And he's like, no, look. He's showing it like, and then all of a sudden, oh wait, that's odd. Because, yeah, it just literally made my point when I said they just put all the images onto their 360 GoPros. So they edited and then just stuck it back on the GoPro. And his argument was, well, it's on my GoPro, so how did I edit it? You took it off, you edited, and then you stuck it back on your GoPro. How do I know this? Because you showed literally like 3 times how there's corrupted parts of your video.
Well, Dave's not that sharp though to think that people would see that. I guess he made a video out of it, didn't he? Yeah.
Exactly, and that's why these guys call him out the whole time.
Dave McKeegan was concentrating on the backing, saying it was the S-star based backing which worked.
Well, they all do that. No, they will never address that light-sensitive emulsion. That cannot be hardened, by the way. And does he know that this stuff is made from animal hides?
They don't. They're trying to excuse the fact that we have identified a major problem with the Apollo photographs. They can't acknowledge it. If they do, the whole thing falls apart. If Dave McKeegan says, yeah, I agree that photographic film will outgas in a vacuum, end of story. He can't.
Yeah, but you see, Marcus, the thing with Dave is he plays as the photographic authority because he was a photographic channel for such a long time. He's authority in photographic material, so he knows better than everybody.
He's worked a lot with vacuum chambers too, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got one in his head, remember?
Yeah.
He's got one in between his ears.
Yeah, a big one.
Candidates, come and discuss the Hasselblads with me because that is one of my all-time favorite topics that I like to bring up in debates when I debate Globers on why the moon landings are faked. So bring up the Hasselblad. I'm happy to debate it because I can tell you they didn't have the Hasselblad working on the moon for many reasons.
We've been down that road
many times.
Say it. So he won't. He'll go around it. He'll come up with excuses. The S-star base, by the way, is polyester. It's a plastic. And as Scott has often said,
Plastic,
the
yes.
S-Star base on the film is similar to the protection on the lander itself. It's Mylar.
They're actually identical. They just give them different names because of the application. And we did show those panels, whether they're on the ISS, where the material itself is completely broken down because of the vacuum. Like those panels are completely gone. It's just eaten away.
So come on, Dave, if you're going to take us apart, if you're going to criticize us, at least get it right with what you're saying.
Okay, candidate. There we go. It says make an argument, claim plus evidence, then we can talk about it. Shot. My argument is the Apollo landings were fake. They couldn't be on the moon using a Hasselblad camera because I can show you a whole bunch of evidence to show why it's not just like what they got on screen now. The emulsion based on the film. There we go. Now it's your turn to keep it up. You coming in or not?
I'm not holding my breath, man.
No, obviously not. But you see, I'm able to actually back up what I say. Can he? No.
I don't think so.
Yay! Fellow detectives rock. Okay, guys, I'm going to put their link in for you in case you don't know them, and you can hit them a like, subscribe. They're definitely well worth it. Obviously, they are a Globy channel, but they do have some very good content.
They really do. I spent weeks watching them. I mean, I kind of fried my brain there for a while, but I mean, they are informed about Apollo big time.
Well, that's their whole passion.
Mm-hmm.
Is about the Apollo missions. Everything they do is practically just Apollo. I mean, it's always been for years and years.
And I'm not even really upset that they're not flat earthers, even though it's kind of a like, man, how are they not? But at the same time, it's like even other Globers don't want to go near them.
Yeah.
Glad you went on the channel a couple times.
Guys, look at this. It's saying present your evidence. I already did. My evidence is film won't work in a vacuum. That's the evidence.
Yeah. Well, Vlad tried to go on Apollo Detectives and talk flat Earth, and they kind of shut him down, man. It's their audience, though. Yeah.
But like I said, it's not it's not something they want to talk about. They don't want to talk flat Earth.
It's not their cup of tea.
Yeah.
No.
So
but he was going into cosmology basically, and that's what got him because the Earth doesn't eclipse the moon, and they were like freaking out about it. Yeah. It freaked them out. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a few months ago where I caught a live stream of theirs, and like half of the people in there were flat earthers.
That's the thing. A lot of the people are flat earthers that are in there that support them.
It's kind of hard to look at like biblical cosmology or anything else beyond what you've been taught in grade school. It freaks a lot of people out, I think.
Definitely. Let's see if I can get another video.
I don't see him coming in. He's still talking though.
Oh, he asked for evidence. I gave him the evidence. So he's not keeping up to his word. That sucks. Stay on topic, Simon Clan. Oh, okay. That's a good one. Let's see.
Simon Dan's video that he put out on us regarding the Fisher Space Pen. According to Simon Dan and his subscribers, they're finding other sites that are showing this space pen to write a straight line for 12,500 feet.
What?
I'm going to read to you exactly what the Wikipedia article said when we put the.
I just want to point out, guys, if this space pen is such a thing, why I don't get it. Why do you have to spend millions of dollars to produce a space pen when you can literally just take a pencil?
Yeah. Yeah, pencil.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
I've never
need
thought that's funny.
an anti-gravity fed pen. Yeah.
I mean, think about it. A few cents. It costs a few cents to have a pencil, but they literally invested millions of dollars to make a anti-gravity pen for space. Seems very illogical to me.
It
That's
does.
like the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
It's it's exactly just like those. I don't know if you remember those cable ties they used on Voyager. I think it was Voyager 1 on Mars, that rover. The cable ties they used on there
They were plastic,
cost
right?
them billions of dollars to produce, to invent and stuff, and it's literally just cable ties.
Are
When
they
you say
special?
cable tie, are you talking about like a zip tie or?
Yeah,
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 but
zip
a tie
tie.
wrap. Yeah.
Huh. Okay.
They used cable ties or zip ties for you guys to hold. Let me. I've actually, let's see if I still got that video. it's, it's funny. They really have some idiotic things. Spend so much money for what? That's when you know it's a money-making scheme, guys.
So, one quick question for you, Flats. The Hasselblad container they used during the Apollo missions, is it airtight? Completely airtight? Is it going
And
to keep
also,
the
is
vacuum?
it insulated? Is it heated? I mean, does it have like climate control inside that container?
Yeah.
You know what? Let me
Another
let
one.
me open my
And
presentation.
then
I think
also that pressure inside the container, if you were heating it up, would the pressure increase? I mean, how would that work? Candy Dot, I want you to answer that.
Yeah, he ain't going to do it. It was just a miracle that NASA invented such a thing. Just like their spacesuits.
Yeah.
I want to see if I still got that
And,
presentation.
and they put their spacesuits on. Like one of them had to like help the other one put the spacesuit on, and once the spacesuit's on, that guy in the spacesuit had to help the other guy. And
Yeah, it's going to
those
be hard,
gloves,
isn't it?
yeah, those gloves and like how does that work?
You can't do anything practical when you're in a suit like that. Not really.
No.
Like neurosurgery, you wouldn't be able to do that at all. It'd
Oh
be
no.
impossible.
Oh no, no.
So, like buttoning up a spacesuit that has to be airtight would be really hard to do, wouldn't it?
Well,
Oh
if you
yeah.
think,
Well, you have to have the zipper.
Yeah.
but that's the thing. The zipper alone debunks this whole thing. Can anybody show me an airtight zipper, please?
No.
That would be interesting to see. I've never seen one.
And I mean, there's so much pressure compared to just the whole surface area on that zipper. What material do they have that is able to withstand that pressure differential? It's insane. What's up, DJ Moon? Good to see you, man. If you guys haven't watched his latest music video yet, do make sure to. It was really awesome. I think we might show it just now. But yeah, you guys want me to go through the presentation?
Sure.
Sure.
Why the moon landings never happened? This is for you, candidate.
Well, there's no such place as Narnia, right, guys? Once you step through the wardrobe.
How do you know?
Well,
Have you been through the wardrobe?
no,
Why
I
is it
haven't.
not-
Sorry.
Okay, there we go. Okay. Arguments against the moon landings. According to the second law of thermodynamics, friendly agent. Who's this? Hey, friendly agent. Good to see you. How's it going?
Don't you have to have containment for PSI?
Yes, you do. That's the whole
Oh,
point I'm trying to make here, actually. Hello, friendly agent. How's it going? And it dropped. Okay. Anyway,
Bye, friendly.
according to the second law of thermodynamics, if it is considered an open system, the air on Earth would seek to fill the available space presented to it. Very simple. What's up, Charles? Triple X. Okay, so as you can see, the three different thermodynamic systems here. You've got an isolated system. It doesn't allow for energy or matter to transfer between its boundaries. The closed system only lets exchange of energy, and it doesn't exchange matter. So let's take a closed system would be, for instance, has anybody ever a hot water bottle, for instance. Okay?
All right.
It's closed. The water inside it cannot get released. But the heat energy is dissipating through that system. So that would be classified as a closed system. An isolated system is only in hypothetical. There's no such thing as an isolated system, to let you guys know. That is just a hypothetical to explain the universe. An open system is simple. It lets energy and matter pass its boundaries. So, like this mug, it's an open system. I can pour the coffee out and in, and the energy can go out and in, so it's an open system. Now, Earth is claimed to be an open system, so therefore gas will be bouncing in and out of this open system to the surrounding area. Now, that's space, and this is Earth. It's got the same pressure differential. Why? Because of the second law of thermodynamics. What's up, Sean? Good to see you. Glad you can make it. So there, if Earth is considered a closed system, then no matter can leave Earth. And my question to that is, do they claim astronauts leave Earth?
Yeah, they do. Absolutely.
So Earth cannot be closed as a closed system then?
They're matter, right? They're leaving the system, and all their energy they're taking with them too. On top of that, so, yeah, it's definitely.
You know, and you would think at this point, like they would not even claim space as a vacuum. You think they would let go of that idea of space being a vacuum? Just say it's not a vacuum.
But you see, that's the problem. They can't do that anymore. They have to keep it that way because they've already made that lie up. So now they have to carry on playing with that.
Double down. They just keep doubling down. I mean, like,
yeah,
you can't just say, hey, buddy, we were wrong about that aspect. But mass still attracts mass, but space isn't a vacuum, so it's not going to suck it. But what they tell us is, negative to the 17th floor and whatnot. Like, you can't make those two claims next to each other and expect people to continue going on. I mean, obviously there are people, especially in this chat, like Candy Dot, that believes that stuff.
Yeah.
But
it's a contradiction
and their temperature differential when they say they're in space. What is it, like positive 200 in the sunlight, negative 200 in the shade? How can you make those claims and
you can't really make them.
You can't make those claims and have it actually make sense.
It won't work consecutively with each other because their whole cosmology is based on that vacuum system, right? Like the stars themselves are actually created by that whole system to begin with.
Yeah, but it would actually make more sense without a vacuum. Like, you can still claim a mass attracting mass, but not in a vacuum. It just collects together. A vacuum would suck that stuff apart.
Yeah. You wouldn't have any ignition that burn stars in a complete vacuum, would you? You'd have to have some kind of
you'd have to have some kind of what do you need? You need fuel, you need oxygen, and then you need you need an
some kind of
ignition, and then some kind of ignition.
And you know what's funny about that though? If you look at people, I don't know if you guys remember, what's that channel? That's just a very big channel where he tries to use a rocket in a vacuum chamber.
I saw Mark Sargent do that once.
Yeah,
it's not Labs, is it? No,
not Action Labs. It's not Action Labs. It's not Smart Everyday. It's that other guy. Usually does. I think he does some slow motion stuff as well. But I think
you're talking about the one with the little spring where like it doesn't move at first, but when the smoke builds up, it forms its own atmosphere.
Exactly, and he's got all the wooden blocks inside. And he's got all the wooden blocks inside the vacuum as well, so it's able to propel itself.
Yeah.
But we'll go get that video up for sure. I think just now. What's up, Luca?
Hey, Luca. Oh, man. I thought he was going to start typing in chat.
Just
Sorry
dropped.
about that.
I think he's got an issue. No matter. But yeah, I think we're definitely going to go watch that video and stuff because it's some interesting discussions we can watch for that. Okay. So the
Well,
arguments
we certainly
line. Yeah.
we certainly don't have candidate coming in. That's what I was going to say.
Oh no, he's like I said, he literally backed out on his word already.
Yeah.
What's up,
Hello.
Luca? How's it going, man?
Hello.
Hey,
That
Luca,
was-
good to see you, brother.
Just want to let you know, Luca, you've been on my mind a lot lately. I've been praying for you, man.
Oh, thank you.
And by the way, he subbed to my channel, and he swings by there every once in a while, don't you, Luca?
Yeah, I do, wonder, yeah.
Exactly, David. He used to play that vid. Yeah, he was trying to ignite the rocket candy in a vacuum with no success. He tried it many times.
I thought that was Cody's lab, though, for some reason.
No, Cody's lab also did that. Cody's lab just tried to do it in a cylindrical what's the name? On like a pivot to make it like spin like this.
I remember that.
Here's what, though, I do have to say something. Can I? Okay. Yeah. Well, what from what I hear, all of the Globers say is that space isn't really a full vacuum. Like
It's an
it's
ultra
not.
vacuum.
It's not a. It's not a complete vacuum.
The nature bores a vacuum. You don't get a perfect vacuum, yeah, but it is seen as an ultra vacuum.
It's seen as you could, for simplicity's sake, I suppose you could say it's a vacuum.
Okay.
Look who's dropped in. Wow, this is a miracle.
Did he come in?
Yeah. What's up, candidate?
Oh, hi.
Hey, candidate.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
So would you repeat your argument concerning the Hasselblad cameras?
Yes, we're getting there. We haven't got there yet.
No, but just repeat what you said
presentation.
earlier. Repeat what you said
We're
earlier.
going through the presentation, as you can see.
No. You
No.
invited...
It's my channel. You don't tell me what to do, man, and you don't
Okay.
control me.
Okay.
So you can sit here and wait till we get to the Hasselblad cameras soon.
No.
Yes.
You invited me. I'm coming
Yes,
in.
and you're here.
I'm telling
and
you.
wait till I get
I'm
to the
telling
Hasselblad
you.
cameras. I've literally got a presentation on screen.
No.
Is this my show or your show, candidate?
Then I'm leaving. It's fine. If you don't want to talk to me,
If
I'm
you're
leaving.
a coward, it's your point.
It's
You can wait
okay.
literally a few minutes.
It's okay. You want to talk or you don't want.
Okay, guys, type 1 in chat if we should go straight to Hasselblad and embarrass the guy. Or type 2 in chat if he must wait or if he's just making an excuse to run.
You decide. It's your show.
Go ahead, guys. Type 1 if we should go and straight to the Hasselblad, or type 2 to see if he's actually going to keep with his word and stay.
You can't even decide for your show.
No, I let everybody decide for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
We're doing this for the audience's sake, you might say, sir.
Yeah, because this show is for the audience, candidates. It's yeah.
You already have a bias anyway, so we're not going to change your mind no matter what we say.
Okay, Mr. Jingle says we go straight to the Hasselblad.
I don't expect to change any of yours mind.
Okay, we got a whole bunch of 1s and 2s. That's like Triple X gives a 3. You know what, guys? Let's go to 1.
Okay, go for it.
So we'll come back to this spot. Is that fine?
Fine.
Let's go straight to the Hasselblad. I would have liked to listen to his arguments about this, though.
So I want to hear your argument concerning the Hasselblad camera. That is a claim and some evidence supporting the claim.
Okay, yeah. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
First argument against the Hasselblad. The Van Allen radiation belts would have major problems with the film used. Correct? Because of radiation.
Go ahead. Continue. I'm listening.
That's the first argument. Did they claim to go through
That's
Van Allen
not an
radiation
argument.
belt?
That's a claim.
It's an argument.
It's a claim.
You know
What is your evidence? What is your
The
evidence?
argument is that the Hasselblad cameras film.
No, you don't know what an argument is. An argument is a claim plus some evidence. So you made a
The
claim. Now
evidence of
present
the
the evidence.
argument. If you're going to be like this, then it's literally no use. Again,
Can I ask him a question right quick? Don't you think that the film would have been exposed because it's not contained from the radiation?
That's
from
what
the
I'm
Van
saying.
Allen
That's the
radiation?
argument.
The
Yeah.
film were in a cartridge. They were never exposed to the vacuum.
So the
to
cartridge is
any
lead
radiation.
lined, is what it is. That's what you're telling
Sorry?
us. That is that the cartridge they had it in is lead lined and protected against radiation from the Van Allen radiation.
I don't know
belts? Is that
exactly
what
how they were made, but they were designed to protect the film from the vacuum and any radiation. Yes.
That's
So you
not
don't know.
sure.
Okay.
No.
Have
So
you
as
ever
that-
tried to take? Wait. Have you ever tried to take a film camera through airport security before?
It doesn't matter. We're
Yes, it
talking
does.
about we're
Have you
talking
ever
about the
tried to
film they
take
used
film
on
through
Apollo.
airport? Just
Not
answer
a
me.
not a camera. It's irrelevant.
Have you ever? Wait. Let's
to
put it
the
this way.
topic.
Have you even ever held a film camera before?
A phone camera?
A
Yeah, a camera
film
that takes
camera. Have you
film.
ever held one?
Film? Yes, of course.
So, have you ever attempted to take a film camera through airport security?
It doesn't matter. We're talking about the Apollo
It
camera
does
and
matter
the
because
film.
the Hasselblad is a film camera.
I'm not going that way. I'm
Ah,
telling you, the films they used on the Apollo mission were housed in a cartridge, protecting them from radiation and the vacuum.
Prove it.
That's it.
Prove it. Prove it.
Check it. Google
Well,
it.
the film itself has to be exposed to the aperture of the camera, which
Yes,
is
it
an
does,
open
yeah.
system. So for it to actually make that image on that piece of film, it can't have
Yeah.
anything blocking it.
Maybe the camera was also airtight.
Okay, you know
How
what?
could-
Well,
that doesn't excuse
Did
the
it
radiation.
occur to you?
Yes.
Did it occur to you
No.
that they put a housing around the camera? They didn't use the standard camera. They put it in. Also, the
You're gonna
camera
get
in
Well, you
some
claimed
special
film
container.
camera.
Sorry?
You claimed film camera though.
Yes.
do you know
The
how film
film
camera
was
works?
in a cartridge. They put
Do you
in
know
the
how
camera.
film camera
The
works?
camera itself was also in a container.
So the camera itself was completely covered by like lead and
I
like
don't know if
gold
it was
film or
lead what it was
whatever.
made of, but it was contained.
Well, I mean, what are you saying? It was contained by like what, plexiglass or Lexan?
I don't know.
Because
I don't know.
none
You
of
can
those
look.
are radiation.
I don't know.
Like
You
deterrent.
can just.
I mean,
I don't know. You can look it up.
we're
I don't
talking
know.
about radiation here, though. I mean, that's
You don't know
that's
what
the
you're
point.
talking about, is what
The
we're saying.
radiation would have affected the
Look.
film.
Just check 2 seconds if the
Okay,
film
wait.
were or not contained in a cartridge.
Can I quickly,
Check if
do you
I'm
know-
right or if I'm not. Simple.
Candidate, do you know they didn't even know about the Van Allen radiation belts on Apollo 11?
Okay, so you won't check.
Do you know they didn't even know about the Van Allen radiation belts?
It's irrelevant. Check.
It is not irrelevant
Very
because they
relevant.
wouldn't protect for
Oh,
radiation because they didn't know about to protect it.
Of course they knew about those radiation.
What did they protect it with, candidate?
So, Flatzoid, you want to only ask the question,
That's information
never
agent.
do
It's
your
for you.
own
Oh, no, wait,
research.
we're busy talking to Kenneth. My own research is on screen. I literally
Yes,
do presentations
leave
on this.
Kenneth alone for a second. You did not.
Okay, back to Kenneth.
All
I
right.
put misinformation backstage. He can wait his turn. So, candidate, you made a claim that they used the cartridge to protect. That's your claim. Can you bring the evidence for that claim?
No, you can check it. Use Google.
Can you bring evidence for your
No.
claim?
I
I don't
cannot
need
post-
to do anything.
I
It's your
cannot post
claim.
a
You know
link
what
or
your
anything.
claim is. I've got evidence on screen of my claim.
I'm telling you, you're
You are
wrong.
just saying your
Google
claim
it.
is they have backing. So can you please bring that?
Use ChatGPT. Ask him if.
I don't need ChatGPT. I need you to present backup for evidence for your claim.
Anybody can check it.
Oh, then go check it and bring it back to
Go
us. Let's
check
see
it and
Yeah,
bring
go
it for
check
us.
it, brother. Go check it, brother.
Go check it and bring it for us.
I don't have
Yeah,
to.
you do. It's
Yeah,
your
you
claim.
do. Wait. Are you a
You don't need to
hypocrite?
believe me.
Candidate, are
What?
you a hypocrite?
Believe me, bro.
Hypocrite?
Yeah.
You don't know
A
what it
hypocrite,
means.
yes. Because, I'm sorry, didn't your standards tell me to present evidence
Yeah.
for my claim? Isn't that what candidate said, guys?
Yeah.
Yes,
That's
we
what he
do.
said.
And what's on screen right now? Evidence for my claim. You made a claim, and when I ask you, okay, present your evidence, you tell me you don't need to.
That's not evidence. You're just saying the film exposed to radiation.
That
I'm
is
telling you the
literal
film.
film exposed to a vacuum chamber, showing that yes,
Yes, the film was
radiation
never in a
in a vacuum
vacuum.
chamber does do that.
The film, the film was never in a vacuum. It was in a cartridge. Check it.
Okay, what kind of
Prove it.
cartridge was it in that would protect the
I don't
film?
know. I don't know.
Oh, so
Well,
you just
that's what you
making
got to
stuff.
tell us, buddy. That's what you got to
Why?
tell us. You got to tell.
The
Well, I mean, you got
idea?
to tell us how it was
No,
filmed. Like,
no, I don't need
yeah,
to.
yeah, you do.
And
Yeah, you do, because
no,
we're telling you it's going to be
Flatzoid.
destroyed.
No,
We're
no,
telling
no,
you
no,
it's
no.
going
Cool
to be
down.
destroyed if
Cool,
if there's
cool
not
down.
lead or gold film or something put all around it, which you would not be able to take a
We're talking
picture
about
through the
no.
glass.
We're talking about Flatzoid saying that the film will not resist an exposure to the vacuum. I'm telling you,
We're talking
the
about
How would they
radiation
take a
belts, dude.
picture? How would they take a picture in the first place? How would they even snap a photo in the first place?
You
What
never heard
protection did that camera have?
you never heard of underwater cameras? They take pictures. They're watertight.
They don't use film
That's
cameras
different.
underwater.
Well,
And cameras,
so you can
and
you can
those
have a
underwater
housing.
cameras are sealed off with the well, they
Yeah.
still have an
So
exposed
they,
lens.
Okay, whoa.
they had a
Oh, wait.
housing around.
Do you know?
No,
Do you know water
let
pressure?
me finish. Let
You
me
know water
finish.
pressure
The
is
camera
different
had
than
let
outgassing pressure.
the camera had a housing to protect it. The film
What house?
was also itself protected by a cartridge. The film was never exposed to the vacuum. It's
Can you
very
tell me what
simple.
radiation? Can you tell me what radiation is in the ocean as opposed to what is supposedly in outer
No, I'm
space?
not getting into that.
You have to.
Well,
That's
that's what
part
you
of
got to get
radiation.
into, because that's the whole point. Like, the
You're
camera's
still
not
on
going to
radiation.
operate up there.
So remember, I asked you, have you ever attempted to take film camera through airport security? Why do you think this guy has a X-ray bag for his film?
Mm-hmm. They were not exposed to X-ray.
So it can protect it from radiation, correct?
Radiation, dude. Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Now, can you show us what they used to protect the film on the Apollos?
No, a cartridge. Yes.
Where? You just claiming this. You haven't showed it to us.
I don't need to. You can check it out.
You do, because it didn't
Anybody,
exist. This
anybody
cartridge you're
listening can
claiming
check it.
doesn't exist.
Anybody listening can check it and find out who is right and who is wrong.
Waiting for you to show us, man. Okay.
Be patient. It will not happen.
We
Okay,
know
so-
it won't happen, dude, because we've looked into this.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Do you know
they exposed
Gary
the
Fong?
film to the vacuum. Mm-hmm.
Do you know who Gary Fong is?
What?
Gary Fong.
No.
He is a professional Hasselblad photographer.
Mm-hmm.
And he clearly says the Hasselblads could not work in the environment they claimed on the moon.
They were housed.
He's
The
literally, his whole
camera-
profession is based on Hasselblad camera.
The camera were not the standard camera. The camera they used.
Oh, well,
had
no,
a-
don't worry. I'm bringing that up too. I've got all this in my presentation.
Yeah.
Don't worry, dude. We got that covered. Yeah.
Like I said, I actually do my research, candidate. Unlike you, I actually know what's going on.
Yeah,
I actually
okay.
have evidence for my claims. Unlike you, that just said,
Okay.
I don't need to back up my claim.
Did you claim that the film was exposed to the vacuum?
Yes,
Okay, prove it.
it wouldn't work. And it
Oh,
worked, so
wow.
therefore they didn't go.
Prove it.
They weren't in a vacuum.
Prove it.
They weren't in a vacuum. That's the whole claim.
Ah, okay.
Because if they were, it wouldn't work.
So you're not claiming that the film was exposed to a vacuum?
Because if it was exposed to a vacuum, it wouldn't work.
Are you
They weren't
claiming
in
the
a vacuum.
film was
That's
exposed
the
to a
whole
vacuum?
claim.
Yes or no?
They weren't in a vacuum.
Okay, so it was not exposed to a vacuum.
Yes, great. So they never went to the moon. Well done.
They did, of course.
No, you just made a claim saying they went. So can you please show us them going?
You never seen the film?
Again, Gary Fong, the literal guy that has his whole, how can I say, career is based on Hasselblad film photography, says even the updated, modified version camera would be impossible to work with the conditions claimed on the moon. Why
Okay,
would he
go
say
ahead.
that, candidate?
I had no idea. I don't know who that person is. I've never seen it.
I know why
He
he
has
would say that.
produced.
Maybe because it's impossible.
Well,
So,
anyway, the camera, the film they used was in a cartridge. The camera they used was
don't
also in
worry,
a
we're going to get to
housing.
that now. We're going to get to that now, candidate. So, my question is, if you've ever used a film camera before, how do they change that cartridge you're talking about to put the new film in?
You take the old cartridge out, they put the new one in.
And does it expose?
Of course not.
Oh, so when you open it, it doesn't expose anything.
It's in a cartridge.
Yeah, but the cartridge shifts, doesn't it?
The cartridge what?
The cartridge has a shift panel.
You
Don't
never
worry, it's
rewind.
airtight.
You don't know how to rewind the film before changing the film?
Lord, give me strength. Okay.
He's not seeing it, Flats. He's not seeing what we're talking about. He doesn't get it.
I think he's just trolling, to be honest.
I could actually give him the perfect argument because I just looked it up and he could use this argument, but I'm not even gonna put it out there for him. He's got to find it. Wow.
So you figured
And
that I was right.
No, that's not what it's saying.
you are completely wrong. You are completely wrong,
Oh,
bro.
okay.
From what they
Okay.
claim. What they claim is even more ridiculous than what you're saying.
Yes. I've been
Wow.
through this argument. I've debated this literal subject many times, Ganda. That's why I'm laughing at you. Because I've debated this with many people.
Okay.
You're going on as if I've only heard about this now, when you don't even have the opportunity, you don't even have, how can I say it, the knowledge to even just say, oh, here's the cartridge I'm talking about. The reason I'm
Until-
laughing at you is because I know it's bullshit.
Until 10 minutes ago, you didn't even know the film was in a cartridge.
Hello, you are claiming it's in an
all your
airtight
research,
cartridge.
despite
I'm
all
telling
your
you.
And another
research,
thing there. Another thing. All film is in a cartridge because even if it gets
Yes.
exposed to sunlight, that's enough radiation to screw it up. So
Exactly.
Yep.
Candidate doesn't understand the specific cartridge he's talking about doesn't exist.
Okay, so until 10 minutes ago, you didn't even know the cartridge existed.
Again,
we
you
knew it
don't know
existed.
what's going on, not me.
Okay.
God.
Well, you're trying to shoulder the claim of somebody else, candidate, because you're saying, oh, you just have to look it up. But no, what we want is for you to show us this cartridge that you're claiming or shouldering
Yeah,
the claim for.
And candidate, can you please look it up? Can you just
No.
please just look it up yourself and just look at
No.
it real quick? Because if you looked at it, you would be like, holy shit, I'm wrong. They might be wrong, but I'm
No.
wrong too. Can you at
No.
least
No,
look it
no.
up and tell yourself that?
No.
I won't because you will not trust me. You have to look it
Trust
up.
No,
you.
if you looked it up yourself, you would probably say, I'm wrong, but I still think you guys are wrong.
Okay. What did
But
you
you would see that dude, 2 seconds it takes to do a Google search on what they claim their cameras, how their cameras work.
Yeah, for some reason, you won't do it. So. Okay.
Okay.
Well, I already did it. I'm
Okay.
just not going to
Okay.
present it because I'm not
Okay.
going to back you up, buddy.
Okay, candidate. So how fine is the dust on the moon?
What has this anything to do with anything?
How fine
it has a lot
is
to
the
do with
dust
it.
on the moon?
I remind you, the camera were protected by a housing.
How fine is the dust on the moon?
I don't know. I don't know.
It's so fine that it gets through the spacesuit's material. Do you know that?
Okay. How fine is very, very fine. Okay.
Great.
That's,
Okay.
That's really
So-
scientific. We're getting somewhere.
Great. Well, that's the claim they make. So
Okay.
with a camera lens, even if it's exposed to dust and things, can you take good pictures?
What? What are you saying?
Have you ever done photography before? Do you have any microfiber cloth or anything to just clean off the lens even or anything? Do you know how this works?
Yeah.
So why is it that with all this fine dust going everywhere, they are able to change their film? They
So-
are able to have
Okay.
perfect images on their lens with no dust
Okay.
scratches or anything
So
getting in
now,
between anything.
now we are a scenario where they are on the moon, right?
No. We're playing your game saying they're on the moon. Remember, I'm saying they never went to the moon, and I'm pointing out why they never went to the moon.
So we are in a scenario where they are on the moon.
That's what you claim.
No, I'm asking you a question.
That's where they claim to use the camera. Or am I
Yes.
got this wrong?
Yes.
So where
far, so
else
good.
would they be?
So far, so good. Yes.
So where else would they
Do
be?
you think what they were surrounded by a cloud of dust around them?
The dust is all around.
But it's
Everywhere.
not flying around.
In 1/6 gravity, the dust is so fine you wouldn't be able to control any of it, dude. It'd be
But
everywhere.
It's not flying
It's
around.
everywhere.
Look at the
Every
video.
motion you make would actually cause dust to rise and fall.
Yeah, it would cause
you wouldn't
a
even see
wind.
it.
Yep.
Look
You
at the
would cause a
videos.
forest, a
There's
wind.
no cloud of
Yeah,
cloud
we're
of
gonna trust the video now. Okay, all right. We'll look at the moon videos. We'll see if there's any dust in them. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay,
Are
so
you
they
claiming there were dust everywhere? Okay, fine.
There is dust everywhere, dude. I promise.
Prove it.
Cool. So next we get on to the temperatures.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think the film will work with those temperatures?
Remember, it's in a cartridge, and the camera has a housing, right?
Yeah.
That's the scenario.
What's the tolerances for temperature of that cartridge you're claiming?
It doesn't matter. What matters is the temperature inside the cartridge.
Huh.
Okay, so is this an insulated cartridge? Is it heated? Is
I
it
don't know.
climate
You have to prove
controlled?
that the temperature inside the cartridge
Well, no,
is outside the spec.
I mean, you're claiming this thing works. You're claiming this thing works. You got to tell us how it works.
No. If you think that it didn't work because of the temperature, you have to demonstrate that the temperature inside the cartridge, inside the camera, was outside of the
No,
specification.
we're telling you that cameras don't work in certain temperatures. Now you tell us how they protected that camera from the temperature, because you're making the positive claim here. We're telling you that cameras don't work.
I told you.
In
The
certain
camera
temperatures.
had a housing.
So is it climate controlled? I mean,
the camera had a housing.
Is it a climate controlled housing? Is it climate controlled? Is it insulated? I mean, what's going on here? And also, they don't even use that kind of imaging anyway. I mean, that they don't even claim to use that. They don't even claim to use these types of cameras that we're talking about. That's what I'm telling you. That's why I was telling you to do a quick Google search. You need to look this up, because they don't even claim to use these type of cameras that you're talking about.
The Hasselblad blade?
They don't claim to actually even use film.
The film was in a cartridge, yes.
At one time, but now they don't even claim that. They've changed their story on this.
Okay. That's what you say.
Do you want me to tell you what they use?
What they use now, or they used at the time?
What they claim to have actually used back then. What they claim to have actually used back then. They've backtracked and said they actually had this newer technology back then.
Go ahead.
Do you know what it
Go
is?
ahead.
No, I mean, do you know what it is? I mean, it's
I'm
up
listening
to you to look this up.
You're a well of knowledge, so I'm listening to you.
It's radio radar that they bounce back off of objects that produce a digital image.
A digital image in 1969.
That's what that's what's claiming.
Okay.
Like, that's what I just looked it up a
Yeah.
second ago on my
Yeah,
phone, and that's what popped up. It said they were using like radio waves, microwave, whatnot, and radar to bounce, which is what they tell us they're doing today still. But to bounce it off an object, wait for that data to be received, and then they create an image off of that
So
data.
you're telling that.
So that's not even a film. That's not even
summarize,
film.
you're telling that the astronauts on the moon had digital cameras?
They never went to the moon.
No, I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you what the claim is.
No, but
I'm not saying they ever went to the moon.
You're saying,
I don't think they did. I know they did.
Saying,
The moon's not a place we can land on. It's not terra
You're
firma.
saying that now the claim is that the astronauts during the Apollo mission were using digital cameras. Is that correct?
That's their claim, not our claim.
Well, That's their claim.
Okay, cool. And you believe?
So you can look it up. It's
Okay,
their
and
claim. It's
and
their
you believe
claim.
it?
It's not
And you
mine.
believe it?
No,
Okay.
I
Well,
don't believe
okay,
that they
but
even went there in the first place. And even
it's
Buzz
fine.
Aldrin told us what we saw on TV back in
It's fine. If you don't believe
1969
it, then
was he said it was a simulation. It wasn't even them on
it's
the
okay.
moon. He said
If you
Buzz Aldrin claims that the audio was real, like their communication, but he said what we saw on TV was not the real thing. That was actually just a simulation of what they were actually doing.
if you don't
So
believe
I
what you
mean,
just said about the
when
digital camera,
but
it's
I'm
not.
telling,
I
well,
don't
I'm
think
telling,
it's useful to
well, I'm
discuss
telling you, they
something
never
you
went
don't
there.
believe.
They never went there, buddy. They never went there.
Oh, okay.
So, but what I'm telling you is their claims contradicts themselves. So you go back and look at their claims, and you will see that both sides is BS. We never went there in the first place, which is the point of this conversation.
I don't know.
It's not about cameras. It's not about
Yes,
cameras. It's
it's
about the
about
fact that we
cameras.
never even went to the moon. No, it's about the fact.
I only came here to discuss
Well,
about
if you're
cameras.
just here about
Mhm.
cameras, then if you're here about
That's
cameras, I
that's
mean,
it.
I don't know what to tell you, buddy. I mean, it's up to Flat.
That's it. Flatzoid invited me to talk about cameras. That's it.
Yeah. Okay, so I got Gary Fong on for you, and candidate, I would like you to actually listen to what he has to say on some things. Okay, based
No,
on.
I'm out of here. I told you that the
Oh
camera
yeah, because
was
you don't want to
out.
listen to the evidence.
No,
Okay.
I don't. I have other things to do.
Yeah. Okay. Bye,
I'm sure you
candidate.
do.
Thanks for wasting our time.
Bye.
Okay.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah.
Hey, Anush,
Hey,
good to
Janos.
see you, man.
Can you hear me properly, or you can hear
Yes.
fun from my
Yeah,
laptop?
perfect, man.
Okay, there is no buzzing, nothing.
No buzz.
Okay, grand.
Sounds
Buzz.
Nobody thinks the moon is not real, Mr. Jingles. We're saying you can't go to the moon because it violates natural law. What the moon is your claim. We don't know what the moon is. But yeah, this is Gary Fong, guys, and he's going to give you arguments on why it was impossible for the moon landing to have the photos taken like they claim. These photos are all studio worked. And he's going to explain why. Because remember, this guy literally built his career off of Hasselblad cameras. He was actually, I think he was hired by Hasselblad for a while as well.
Yeah, I think he did work for him. I've
Yes,
watched this.
so he actually knows what's going on with Hasselblads.
Hey everybody, this is Gary Fong, and it is the anniversary of the Apollo 11th moon launch. I'm seeing so many things across my feed saying, "Wow, what an amazing achievement, man landing on the moon!" And I couldn't let that go without kind of chiming in, as a professional photographer, some of the problems that I saw with the photographs that were purportedly taken on the moon. I do have an issue with it, and I'll show you what the different inconsistencies are, and then you can decide for yourself. Because I'm not here to say that we didn't land on the moon. That requires direct knowledge. And the only people that know if we landed on the moon or not would be the people that were actually there. Everything else is hearsay. We either heard or we saw.
I agree and don't disagree. I agree and disagree with that. But obviously, they violated natural law to go there. Maybe he doesn't know that. So, and he's a glober. So he does think the moon is a physical place you can go to. And you can go to space. So, but the thing is, what I'm going to point out is his arguments for why it's false. But yeah, look at his background. He's going to say everything, and you guys.
Articles or videos or photographs of the moon launch and landing and things like that. But so I'm going to do this in a different way and just basically ask questions from a technical perspective, from a professional. How could these photographs actually exist from the moon? Now, I'm saying that as an expert because I was a professional photographer for 20 years, and I shot most of my career with Hasselblad cameras. So I know these cameras inside and out. I know how to load the film in the dark. I know how to operate it, and I even know the sound that the camera makes if there's a problem with the leaf shutter. And I'm not alone. There's a lot of photographers who photographed millions of exposures with Hasselblad cameras, and for those of you very valued professionals, seasoned professionals who are experts in Hasselblads, you'll probably appreciate this a tiny bit more because I'm going to go into a little bit of technical detail explaining why these photographs from the moon probably didn't come from the moon. Now, not only was I a professional photographer who used Hasselblad cameras, I was also sponsored by Hasselblad as a visiting lecturer for Hasselblad University.
Uh-oh. And this is why candidates want to stay and listen. Because what would he say against this? Oh, wait, he couldn't. Because he didn't want to bring up anything other than just say, ChatGPT, bro. But yeah, it's very cool the arguments he gets into and explaining it. He even explains the issue they had with the so-called modifications, which is really good.
And I also was the operator of Pictage Incorporated, the largest pro digital film lab in the United States at the time. And so I know a lot about handling of film, how it's processed. I know a lot about film characteristics. And I know a lot about the Ektachrome 160 film that they shot on the moon. And therefore I can talk meaningfully about why the camera probably didn't 100% impossible with the camera that I actually held, the decommissioned moon camera that I held in my hands, absolutely could not have delivered those images, and we'll go into that now. So this is a decommissioned lunar surface. They basically, what they did was they took cameras to the moon, and then they pulled off the film magazines, and then they left the cameras on the moon because they're very limited payload in terms of weight.
Now, hold on,
I find that very odd as well, why they left the cameras on the moon.
Good question. Yeah, and this goes against their claim that they use digital cameras too. If they actually have these things that they brought back, that they claim they use, yeah, that's nonsense, man.
Yeah, exactly.
They brought back SD cards.
Okay. They just left the cameras on the front back.
Yeah, why?
Yeah, they just brought the SD card.
Yeah. It's so they have plausible deniability. That's why.
Yeah.
But at the same time, even an SD card, you put that thing through some radiation.
Finished.
What happens
Right.
to it? It gets wiped.
Right.
Yeah.
And the thing is with the data on the SD card, it can only hold so long because it's magnetic. The data is stored magnetically.
Oh, that's true.
So
yeah, you're right. Yeah.
So even if they had to go with it, because the magnetic field they're traveling through, it would be disrupted and they would lose all their data. What's up, Dave? Good to see you. Jesus Free Computer Geek. Blessings, man.
Wouldn't magnetics actually affect SD cards too? On top of that,
Yes.
especially if there's a magnetic field around the Earth,
Exactly.
Yeah, especially if it reversed, if you reversed polarities going through
All the
it,
data's
I mean,
corrupted
it would
then,
just-
Yeah, crap. It
That's
doesn't
what I
work
say.
either way they cut this.
That's what I say. There's so much nonsense with everything that people are. I don't know.
Either bring moon rocks back or cameras. They didn't really care about the cameras, so they left the cameras there. This is a decommissioned camera, and there's a few of them. I think they only.
You're telling me Buzz Aldrin and them couldn't just have a camera on their lap? Come on. You're telling me he couldn't just hold his camera on his lap or kept it on his chest where it was mounted?
Yeah, I was gonna say they got mounts for those, didn't they?
Yeah.
You could have.
So they could have still sat where they were, just with it not mounted on them. So that excuse is, they couldn't bring it because they brought moon rocks. Total nonsense.
You mean petrified wood?
Petrified wood, yeah, petrified wood. And if they're trying to say, yeah, but you needed enough fuel because it was heavy, blah blah blah. No, it's one sixth of Earth's gravity apparently. So you wouldn't need much fuel to literally lift off there anyway. So the amount of weight you have doesn't really matter.
Well, they had room enough to carry confetti up with the what was that third? That was the 17 or.
But I mean, think about it. Some of the things they played golf on the moon, but they like had a hammer and a feather. You know what I mean? non-stupid idiotic stuff.
That's what's funny, man. We actually have a moon rock at work.
You do? Nice.
Yeah. It's supposed to be like a real moon rock, and you go look at it, and it looks like a little piece of like crusty quartz.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it looks like something. It looks like something I could pick up off the lake bed.
Maybe they did. I don't
know.
That's what I think they did.
We'll put a story together.
But it's in a special container, and they said that special container is to protect us from the radiation.
Yep.
Oh.
And it's just plexiglass around a little piece of quartz rock.
So let's get this: the radiation from the moon came with the rocks. It radiates so much, and entropy
Came
doesn't
with the
work.
rocks.
Yeah.
Yep. It came with the rock.
Oh.
Only brought one camera back from the moon. Most of the other cameras were left there. This is the story they tell, if in fact they were actually on the moon surface at all. But let me just talk about the camera. The first thing about this camera that I notice is it's a remarkably similar to the off-the-shelf 500 ELM camera at the time with a 50mm Zeiss, I think it's T-Star f5.6 lens. What made this camera slightly different is that
One thing I don't point out there, these look like plastic, correct?
Yeah, plastic or maybe Rubbermaid.
What happens when plastic or even rubber is exposed in the vacuum for a long time?
It outgasses pretty quick, doesn't
It outgasses and it gets brittle.
Yeah, real quick.
And it gets
Falls
brittle.
apart.
It breaks, man. It turns into like
Yeah, it's like powder.
confetti.
It becomes powder.
Confetti.
Now the thing is, this so-called one that they did bring back has no sign of outgassing on the plastics.
Weird, huh?
Huh.
Really weird.
they pulled all the leather, the cosmetic leather off it. So it was, from what I could tell, it was a bare metal camera. The film back, normally, which is a 70mm film back, this was a 200 exposure film back, which, you know, kind of makes sense. Changing film magazines in the middle of a lunar walk doesn't make sense to me. Not with.
That's what I said. That's what I said. Changing it. That's the big issue. Changing it. No, this is the thing they don't understand. Because you slide it on there, it exposes inside there. Okay. As soon as it's exposing, that little dust particles are coming in there, and then it's the vacuum of space. There's going to be such issues with that film. But
yeah, because think about it. It's a sealed little container. It builds up to like a little bit of pressure, and maybe it decreases in pressure, but you open it up, and then either everything sucks in or it blows out.
Yeah, there's a lot of issues with this, and they just make it sound like it's just perfect. There's no contamination at all. Just because it's a cartridge, apparently.
With, you know, the big gloves and whatnot. But the other thing that I thought was really interesting is how come this isn't weather sealed? How come there's all these like holes and crevices, like right here in the dark slide, micro dust can get inside there.
Whoops! See why Candidate ran away? This is exactly why Candidate ran away. Beautiful camera, though.
Is that the Hasselblad? Or...
That's the Hasselblad.
That is.
That's the one they apparently brought back from the moon.
Oh, okay.
I got a real question for you, right quick. If you open a sealed container in a vacuum, what happens instantaneously?
The sealed container gas will fill the available space.
Boom. Therefore, the whole thing would be contaminated automatically. It would happen like that.
Violently.
Yes.
It does that violently.
Yeah, instantaneously and violently.
I'm disappointed a candidate didn't stay longer. I don't know why he didn't.
No, because he knew he was screwed. That's why.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
He didn't know what the hell he was talking about. I mean...
The problem is he just has a belief, and he has no way of defending his belief. So he just says, no, just trust me. I don't need to back up anything I claim. But you flat earthers,
Yeah,
you have to back up.
I don't have to look it up. It's not my job to Google it. It was like, dude, I Googled it
About
just
2
now, and
seconds.
you're
It takes
wrong.
2 seconds to Google it.
Yeah.
So
It's
my
like
next
he thinks
question
I
would
was
be,
born. It's like he thinks I haven't been in these arguments before. I've literally had debates on this arguments many times.
my next question would be, why is NASA backtracking on their claims and saying they're using radar digital cameras now after all this came out?
Because it's been shown to
Well,
be
it was
wrong.
saying like radar. It was saying
Like
radar
my guys.
waves, microwaves, and oh, what was the third one? I can't remember what the
I'd
third one
like
was.
to.
Actually, I don't even know where my phone is now. I dropped it. But yeah, they were saying they were using like 3 different, but it was basically signals that they shot out, bounced off of an object, and it digitally created an image.
Wow. Now, Luca, you had something to
Yeah.
say. What were you going to say, Luca?
Well, it's my understanding that they didn't use digital cameras.
Well, that's what they're claiming right now.
Well, did you look it up, Luca?
I did.
And did you look it up using ChatGPT, or did you actually go look at like what NASA claims?
I looked it up using ChatGPT.
I wanted to say,
Well,
I know
there you
Luca. ChatGPT is his
It's his favorite friend.
And I love you, Luca. Luca, I think you got a heart of gold. I really do. But you gotta stop relying on that, man. Yeah, you really do. You gotta learn how to read between the lines and look through some bullshit and actually go look at what they're claiming. Don't let GPT tell you what's going on here.
Yeah.
There's an infinite difference.
It's not the most accurate.
There's a infinite difference between just believing what somebody says versus being able to just verify it yourself. It's huge.
The reason they say it's digitally created is because apparently they scanned in the film photos. That's why it's digitally. Because it's a scanned film image.
It's a scanned film.
Something like that. Yeah.
Huh.
Go between the film plectrum and the lens, dust up the lens, and really screw things up. So I didn't know how that worked. The other thing, too, is when I saw the actual camera, and I've seen it a number of times at the Smithsonian, at Photokina, is when you look at it, there's a number of things that absolutely do not make sense if you are a knowledgeable professional photographer who has shot with Hasselblads. So, number one is this. Okay, so caution, do not touch the glass surface. That glass surface that they're talking about is called a reso plate. And that reso...
And this is what I was saying has an issue. Because that cartridge slides in and out. While it's sliding, it has what you would say space between it.
You'd have to. Yeah, the vacuum would get into it.
Okay. Okay, what I'm reading here, Flats, is stereo and whatnot, imaging. They used that, and then they projected it, or that's how they got the image to the film, and then when the film was brought back, they developed the film, but the film itself was never exposed. But it had to go through like multiple configurations. It says multiple mechanical configurations. Which means they took it digitally, put it on the film, and then developed the film as they brought it back. So it was still a digital image that was later put on film, which was later developed.
Wow.
Yes, Paul, this is not the one that they used on the lunar surface. He's making a point based on the same model camera. Oh, my word. You should actually pay attention, Paul.
plate gave the little squares that they used later, that they said they used later for positioning, distances between things, although you could overlay the squares on top of the actual photograph and do the same thing. But the other thing that was really kind of interesting is what I saw here was the remove dark slide. Now the remove dark slide warning here. It says remove dark slide before installing the magazine. Now, if you are, in fact,
That's stupid. Because if you remove the dark side first, it's exposed. Then it's exposed now to radiation and light. Because the dark side is what protects it from the radiation. Also, if you're going to remove the dark slide, then it is open again to the dust and the vacuum.
Yeah. I like the way Luke is making your point right after we make the same points.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Luca.
Yeah.
Often
Maybe you want to
enhanced
tell them
for
what you're saying there?
clarity
He
and
says the
detail.
iconic Apollo images we see today are digitally scanned versions of the original film, negatives and slides, often enhanced to clarity and detail. Yeah, that's what I said. Scan
Yeah.
in. That's why it's digital.
Yeah, but like today, yeah. Like the photos images from today are digitally scanned, but they weren't digital back then.
No, they were
Well,
film cameras.
Well, what
But
I'm
they
reading is they were actually supposed to be digital, put on film, and that were later redeveloped.
The practical digital thing weren't, it was like 1975, right?
Well, they were using like all these different radars, like stereo and whatnot, to shoot out signals, bounce it back, collect the data. They would create an image. They would place it onto the film. Then they would bring the film back. They would develop it, and then they would enhance it to create like a perfect image. That's still a digital image in the first place.
Yeah.
But
that's not an actual
regardless,
picture.
they never went there.
Well, okay.
But I'm just telling you like how crazy that claim sounds. That just sounds like crazy to me that you would collect data, put it onto into a computer to like put it on like a piece of film, and then you take that film and you develop it, and then you scan that film later in order to enhance it and clarify it to create the images we see today. Like, how much sense does that make, bro?
It's a lot of gymnastics.
Yeah. But that's what I'm reading. That's what they claim they did, and
I mean,
that
it would give nicer images, I guess.
I guess maybe it would, but I mean, but you're not getting an original image in the first place. You're just using like computer data to create an image and then put it on film and then clear that and then rescan that film and then enhance it and then give it to us. Like that's like photoshopping like 4 or 5 times before you actually see
it's
what
old
they
school
claim.
Photoshop that.
Yeah, it's old school Photoshop.
That gives them a lot of play in the image itself, doesn't it? I mean,
yeah. For a place
Well,
they
anyway,
never went to.
I'm now on the actual NASA Hasselblad page where they're trying to talk about the modifications made. Because you can see it's based on the Hasselblad 500 EL, as it shows you. You see in the black. But that's covered in leather. So they took the leather off, and that's why it was with the bare mill. And then they changed the lens. And then they changed the backing plate structure with this. Now, the issue is even there, it's still open to the environment. To get it on to read in this for the squares, there is an opening. That's why when
expose the film.
Yeah, that's why when I think it was, if I can just go back there quickly, where it shows, you see that opening there. That's where the backing plate is. That's where it was talking about the backing plate. That's an opening, guys, and it says remove it first. before you change it.
Yeah.
So literally open to the environment.
How many times you'd have to do that every picture, right? Think about that.
You gotta do it as soon as all your film
yeah.
is up on your cartridge.
Yeah.
And they took how much thousands of photos?
Hola.
But didn't they supposedly take video? I mean, that would be thousands of photos.
Yeah, but the photos they took, well, the photos were film. The photos were film, but they did take video as well. But the video was
Oh,
done
so they
with
didn't use the same cameras to film and
no, the
video?
photos
Okay.
itself was used with a Hasselblad.
So what do they use for a video camera? That's another question.
They used, those old big television because they were in the studio.
Yeah, it had the VHS
Oh, okay.
that goes into the side and clips up, and then had the big mic on the front of it so you could pick up all the sound.
The camera that's on the
They were,
dolly.
they were drinking Coca-Cola. That's why the Coca-Cola bottle rolled across the set.
Yeah.
You remember the one in Australia?
Okay.
Photographer, you'll know that the dark slide has to be in when you take off or remove the film magazine from the camera. And the reason that's the case is because the dark slide protects the film from being exposed as you're taking the film magazine on and off. Doesn't that make sense? You don't want to expose the film or fog the rest of it while you take it off or put it back on, because that's film, right? It's sensitive to light and temperature, which we'll get to in a second.
Not just that, though. Gary has forgot to mention they were supposedly in a vacuum, so even the vacuum alone, that few seconds of exposure would outgas it, so there would be an issue.
Well,
Sean Hawkins in the chat again. Sean was a
Yeah, I was
photographer
gonna say,
for a long
Sean's still
time.
here.
Yeah, he was a
He's back.
photographer for a long time, so he can come educate us on film photography, Sean. Because apparently we don't know what we're talking about.
Well, the cameras themselves don't really need to be tightly sealed, right? They could still be exposed to the vacuum of space.
No, the thing is, no, it
it's a
wouldn't work.
film. It's a film that needs to be tightly sealed, not the camera.
No, but you know why
Not
the camera
well.
needs to be sealed as well? Because all
But
the
if you
components.
seal, sorry. But if you seal the camera, then it might overheat, right?
Yeah, but that's the thing. Remember, there's different components used in building that camera, and they all have their own tolerances to temperature and things. And because they're in a vacuum, those tolerances are quite, how can I say, very close. So if they had to expose that backing plate, the fine dust and the fact that there is no air there because they're in a vacuum, an ultra vacuum, it's just impossible for the camera to function it's supposed to. That's the whole point. It can't function as they claim it to function. That little fine dust particles will get in between the lenses. It will get in between the backing plate and the plate with the shutter. Yeah. That dust
Or mirror,
will get in everywhere.
or is it the mirror that? Yeah, I know.
But yeah, the point is the dust will contaminate it, and that it's in a vacuum, it will already have issues. Because that's why it's got to be sealed. But no, they didn't want it sealed. Why? That's a bit odd. I know they had a gravity camera, guys.
That's what I was thinking the whole time.
It had its own gravity well, so it kept the gas in and it kept the dust out.
Had its own little pillar of support.
Yeah, exactly, Mad Mac. That's what we're trying to point out. None of the stuff went to space. We're trying to show how nonsensical it is to think it did. I mean, even Bob Ross is like painting me on a mission in the background.
You get better results out of it.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why you have to have the dark slide in. In fact, in a Hasselblad camera, you cannot mount the film magazine without the dark slide being in. There's a button on top and it'll catch it. It will not engage, and you cannot mount or take it off without the dark slide being in. So this thing here about remove dark slide before installing magazine, that was really strange. You know, when you are a professional at anything and someone hands you a piece of equipment that is weird, you're going to say this is weird. Like if you're a race car driver and you're driving a Ferrari and it has 1, 2, 3 and fifth gear, but fourth gear is missing, you're going to say, whoa, something's really weird about that, right? It's just weird. So this, being a very, very seasoned professional photographer and kind of an equipment nerd, caught me really off guard. I thought that was just really strange. So the other thing that I thought was weird is Hasselblad, or NASA, screwed, you can see a screw right here. They literally screwed on these levers so that the astronauts can
wiggle, because their gloves are so thick, so they were just made it so they can, move it around. But I think they already had the exposures and everything set for them anyway. But I still don't see how they would have got it right, even if it was set how they needed in one exposure setting and whatever. Because you can't guarantee the light would be exactly perfect all the time. So
you can
turn
minimize
the shutter.
Sorry?
You can minimize the risk though.
Yeah. They can get a best of both world in between kind of setting, but you can't be guaranteed that it's going to come out. Everybody that knows, especially film cameras, when it comes specific to exposure, it's very finicky. It's very dainty, you can say. If you have the wrong exposure, it's what your photo works or doesn't work. So if they just set a certain exposure opening for it, and the light isn't specifically set for that, then it won't work as it should.
Yeah.
It will mess up the whole photo.
Yeah.
Shutter speed dial, they're locked together, so the shutter speed and the aperture dial were locked together so that they would go in unison. And that makes sense because the exposure is set by what's called an exposure value. An exposure value is the equivalent, like say for example, 1/500th of a second is equal to f5.6 is equal to 1/250th of a second at f8. An exposure value stays the same, but like a slide rule, you can move that around, keep the same exposure, but you're just changing the shutter speed and the aperture while you're doing it. So I thought that was kind of cool, except for the case that if you are shooting on the moon with a 50 millimeter lens, which is a very, very wide angle lens, infinity is probably anywhere from 2 feet ahead at f16. It's almost infinite depth of field. So for them to screw it in, lock the two, but then make them movable, man, that's a disaster, because look what happened to this poor shot right here. 1/4 of a second at f16. Now, that's blurry, but ridiculously overexposed.
But that's the thing, Gary. It's supposed to be blurry, but how perfect did their photos come out? Looked like professional photos. Cheers,
It did.
Luca. Thanks for coming, man. Blessings. Thanks for coming.
I think we got a joiner, Flats. Somebody wants to come in. They were asking about where the link was.
I sent the link ages ago. They haven't come in yet.
What they should have been was locked down at 1/250th of a second.
And I also want to point out, I don't know if you guys understand what he's talking about, the infinity, the depth of field.
Yeah.
So if it's already set, they know they have to be a certain distance away from their target to get a clear image, or they will be out of focus.
It looked
So
like
you're
crap.
telling me they stood there and they're like, wait a minute, I just got to make sure I'm 10 meters away from you. No.
No.
F16. Okay, so that's completely wrong. But this puppy is screwed in and dialed in. That didn't make sense to me. And again, I'm talking about if you were a race car driver and you got in and said the tachometer only goes up to 1,000 RPM, you would think something's really weird. Now, why is it like that? Are they signaling you with something, or was Hasselblad just like, whoa, we just blew it so bad? You know, it just doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. But also what really doesn't make sense, and I'm going to ask you this, just common sense here. If NASA publishes that in direct sunlight...
Is this the best survival game ever made?
This is the aircraft carrier shelter you...
the temp...
Why does Austin? But before he does Austin, I want to just quickly show you that. Look at that photo, guys. Now, this is what I was talking about. That was like a set exposure and everything, okay? And the infinite plane, depth of field's already set. Doesn't that look like a professional photo taken?
Yeah. It's really crisp. It's clean, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all in focus perfectly. The depth of field is perfect. The lighting is perfect.
Like
How?
the pixels
And it's
too. I bet
literally
you
just
could like zoom in super in like on that and like get like major detail and it like yeah.
yeah. And I mean, none of these guys were professional photographers. It was literally just mounted on their chest, and they just pointed and shoot. That's all they did.
Well, we didn't even have to my knowledge, we didn't have cameras that were that advanced back then. Like, normally you take a picture and you try to zoom in on it just a little bit, get all pixelated, but even, what the 80s, like, what was your best camera? Like a 2 or a 4?
Yeah,
Maybe an
well,
8?
I think
And
most
that was like on Kodaks and whatnot. And
Kodak
Kodak,
was
you just,
yeah.
ahead.
Fujifilm also had some nice film cameras those days.
Saying we did have nice film cameras like in the
Yeah, they
80s,
had some. There's some good
but this is like
large
back in the
format. They
60s
had
though.
some great large format and even medium format film cameras those days, but it wasn't really. It was expensive to the public. You know what I mean?
I'm
That's
just
why
looking
they
at
got
the
some.
dust.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the dust on his knees and on his suit all over the place, man. It's just,
But that's the thing. They moaned about the dust is so fine it actually gets through the fabric on their spacesuits.
How does that happen?
Oh wow.
Yeah. Now
How's the
this,
dust
do you
do in the
remember these
air,
suits?
doesn't it?
Yeah, these suits are supposed to be airtight, but dust can get through.
Weird.
Damn zippers.
Last time I checked, dust is not as fine as gas. Correct?
I think gas is pretty fine. Yeah, it's a lot finer on the scale.
So gas doesn't escape and go through, but dust does.
Well, you don't know about moon dust.
Oh yeah. Oh, you got Bev in the chat. Hold on.
Yeah, I know. He's been here for a while.
Oh god.
Oh.
NASA publishes that in direct sunlight, the temperature on the surface of the moon reaches a boiling 250 degrees Fahrenheit, while nighttime temperatures, in other words, when they're on the dark side of the moon, go down to minus 208 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, so let's just keep that in mind. 250 degrees will boil water. You've got slide film. That, I don't know if you've ever left film. So many of you have never even experienced film, but if you've left film in a glove compartment on a hot day, you'll expose the film. Okay, so not only will you expose the film, but the film can decrystallize and melt.
Yeah, because it's just practically just
And
chemicals.
I
If
was about
everybody
to say,
knows,
man.
film is just
I was-
chemicals, guys.
I was about to say pause it right there because I remember back when I was a kid going into like a Blockbuster video store or any video store, and they would say don't leave your videos. There would be like a little sign with a little like videotape inside of a little box, and it said, "Don't leave your videotapes inside of a car." And it would show where somebody like left a videotape inside, like, the back windshield or front windshield, and it melted.
Yep.
You guys remember that, like the warping of the film and the outside
Yes,
of
I
the tape?
remember.
Yeah, yeah. That's crazy, man. It's like people just forget that stuff.
But I mean, there must also remember, film itself is just chemicals.
Yep.
So that's why you have all these weird phenomena, like if it gets exposed to heat,
And
it
you're
gets
right, film is chemicals
radiation.
because it could actually combust.
Yeah,
Film
some of them
exposed
it can
to,
catch on fire.
yeah.
And I mean, last time I checked, your car doesn't reach 120 degrees Celsius.
Right. And, well, I think it probably could here.
250 degrees Fahrenheit. Crazy.
Really? Man.
Yeah, that's 250 degrees Fahrenheit.
I mean, if you left all your windows rolled up and, your car was
Nah.
parked in direct sunlight and you have something sitting on your dash and, the
But
magnification through the window,
we get
like,
like we can get heat waves up to 50 degrees Celsius.
what's 50 Celsius in Fahrenheit?
Oh, I don't know. Let's check.
Can you form this into a logical syllogism for Bev? Because he won't be able to understand it otherwise.
122 Fahrenheit.
Oh, okay, yeah, we don't get that high. Wow.
You see, and that's half of what this is claimed to be. It's not even half.
I still remember seeing like those videotapes like melted. Like
Yeah, but that's the saying. At those, they can melt at about like 40 degrees Celsius. Now, you're getting this, which is at 120 degrees Celsius on the moon. That's why it's insane.
Oh yeah, that film wouldn't even survive. You couldn't. Yeah, I got what you're saying.
Yeah.
Regardless, that it's not going to be good for the film to be shot or in an environment of 250 degrees. And this source right here is NASA itself. Okay, so NASA is telling you that the temperature on the surface of the moon is a boiling hot 250 degrees. With that, we're going to take a non-insulated camera and walk around on the moon, and it's not weather protected for dust, which would completely ruin the camera, the shutter mechanism, and everything like that. And this is what really I thought was weird. It said the film had an S-tar polyester base which had a melting point of 254 degrees Celsius or 490 degrees Fahrenheit. So anyway, I put this up here and I said, this is really weird, everyone, but as a professional photographer, how could they have ever brought back slide film after an excursion on the surface of the moon for about half an hour in boiling temperature, hot enough to boil water? I put that on, unfortunately, this wound up on Kennedy Space Center's thing, and it wound up on my Facebook, and I put it on there, and it had to be 1,000 angry responses from the...
See, so he also gets the hate.
The trolls, yeah.
but that's the thing. People get angry because they don't want you to take their belief system away. So they get very angry.
I'm
getting angry.
Sorry,
Go
Roger.
ahead.
I was going to
sorry.
say, there's a lot of people who just get frustrated and just put their hands in the air and just kind of walk away.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I mean, I've found it very interesting. I mean, since like what you call the information age with all the internet and everything, people find it much more easier to get triggered and offended by things. So hence online keyboard warriors and trolls, because they wouldn't love you. They wouldn't like you to take their belief systems away. Instead of just looking at it for what it is, they'll fight you. You know what I mean?
You know what, Flat? I have perfect video. They always claim that they trust the science and they trust astronauts, their statements and so on.
Oh, the Polish. Oh, yes, this Polish one that says
Yeah.
in went to space.
Yeah.
Oh,
Polish astronaut Mirosław Hermaszewski. And you can just watch it.
I've
yeah,
seen
yeah,
this. Nice. Yeah.
yeah.
That's a good one, Giannis. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Good on you.
Pan tam był. Czy Ziemia rzeczywiście jest kulą zawieszoną w kosmosie?
Jest płaska. Tak jak oczekują. Nie spodziewałem się co prawda tego pytania, ale zapewniam pana, że jest płaska.
Generał Mirosław Hermaszewski, jak dotąd pierwszy i ostatni Polak, który odbył lot orbitalny. Dziękuję serdecznie za rozmowę.
Dzięki. Dziękuję, kłaniam się.
You can see in his eyes, though, and his body language, he felt very uncomfortable saying that, though. Not like trying to make it as if it's a joke. But you can see he's pondering in his head, like, this isn't really a joke, guys.
Yep. Because people think it's globe, you know. It's from horse mouth, you know. Who was there? He was Polish patriot and a Polish general. And he spilled the beans big time. People, no, he was not saying the truth. Wait. Once you say that you trust astronauts and their statements, and then you say you don't. So which one it is? Cherry picking much? The one with your perception of reality is discarded, yeah? Yeah, right.
Hey, Giannis, is the name of the horse's mouth named the famous Mr. Bev?
Yeah.
I had to do it, man.
Советския съюз и можем да ви вярваме.
Герой Советского Союза, мы можем верить вам.
Вы знаете, вот ты
Вижте,
сказал, что вроде чешских космонавтов, что они не говорят о том космосе. А им говорить нечего. Я об этом...
Карат хлопците да говорят за това, което става в космоса. Те просто не знаят нищо такова. Ние не сме били в космоса. Ако някой твърди това, това не е вярно, не е истина.
Това е поредната хипотеза, над която ще се наложи заедно с зрителите на въпросна гледна точка да размишляваме дълго.
Хорошо. Добре.
Это хорошо, когда
това е
люди
добре,
думают.
когато хората мислят. Това ми харесва.
What's with this?
Игор Петрович.
What's with the talking over them, though?
I don't know. Good question. Giannis?
Say it again.
What is he saying over the top of everybody? They're saying over the top of the
It's
astronauts.
Russian. I don't know Russian. I can translate to in perfect Polish language, but not the Russian one. Sorry. The second one is not the same guy. It's this one is Igor Volk, Russian cosmonaut. But I have no idea exactly what he is saying. So sorry about that. I can't say. Probably someone in the chat is speaking Russian, so he can translate perfectly.
I speak a little Russian, but I don't know if I can translate all of it.
Da.
I understood like хорошо.
I understood when he said hypothesis.
It's good. It's good.
I understood when he said hypothesis and flat.
Okay, so I just want to share this with you because you got to see. I'm starting to realize what's called confirmation bias, where people they look things up to try to confirm their bias, right? Okay, so this guy here writes, nonsense, there is no temperature in space. NASA just said there's 250 degrees temperature, but I do understand what he's saying. Out in the middle of space, in a vacuum, where there is nothing for radiation energy to energize the molecules, to rub them together, to create heat, which is called radiation. It's thermodynamics. So there's three ways to heat an object. One is radiation, second one is conduction, and the other one is convection. So conduction would be just touching things together, right? So you touch your hand on a hot plate, and that's conduction. And wow, that's hot. Okay.
There is fourth one. You can really piss off the water, and water will start boiling, like some people already, you know.
It does that in a vacuum already in that case. But Flats, do you have a brand I represent for some reason?
I have no idea what they're talking about, man.
Neither do I, man.
But
If you want to
Roger,
go read
you
the
rock.
Bible,
Yeah,
thanks.
yeah. But you rock, man.
Mainly, he's
Appreciate
talking
it.
about the biases and confirmation bias. So people will be always using argument which will confirm their biases. That's what he's talking about. But now he's giving examples. But I assume he probably is Glober. I don't know yet.
Convection is when there's a liquid around that actually lifts the temperature or transfers the kinetic motion of this excitation energy of rubbing molecules together from one object to the other. So this guy looked up something and said, in space there's no temperature because it's a vacuum. This is correct because there are no molecules to rub together. Bravo, you're so smart. That's not the case here because a camera is an object that has molecules. So
Yes, exactly. And it's literally touching together.
It's conducting heat or electricity or
Mhm.
anything. Yeah, okay.
And it's radiation coming and it's conducting on the camera. So this is why I laugh when they say, oh, like the ISS, it's not melting when it's in the sun because there's no temperature in space. It's literally in the sunlight. The radiative heat is conducting on the materials and it's made of aluminium apparently. So what's the temperature melting point of aluminium, guys?
The Curie point is pretty low, actually, when it comes to
Well,
the
melting.
point.
Well, no, the
But
melting.
point.
there's no such situation. There
it's
is no
low.
temperature. There is no such temperature. It can be minus, can be plus, but there is always temperature. So using this argument as there is no temperature, it's just BS from the get-go.
Yeah, the melting point of aluminium is 660 degrees Celsius. So it's 1,220 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
Let's see. What layer of atmosphere is the ISS situated? I think, thermosphere. Okay. How hot does the thermosphere get? The thermosphere, 3,632 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh, wow.
So, like 4 times the amount needed to melt aluminium. Don't you guys find that odd?
Yeah.
I don't understand how they can still make these claims and then still put that truth out there like that, and then claim that it doesn't have an effect.
It's it's very simple because they hear something and repeat it as a truth. They never check if the statement was true or false, and they repeat it as a parrots. That's what
Yeah,
they
but
are.
it's easy
Like
though. It's
parrots.
so easy just to look up one point. Just be like, what's the ISS made out of? Aluminum.
My
What's
friend,
the melting point of the ISS? Like,
it's easy for
the
us,
1,000
not
whatever.
for them. That's the difference,
But what I find odd is they have radiators on the ISS, okay? Everybody that knows how a radiator works, you need to know
It
it
brings
needs
in
air.
cooler air. It brings in cooler air to cool something down that's heating up on the inside. It doesn't bring in
Yeah.
hot air
So
to heat
in a
something,
vacuum, how's a radiator working in a vacuum?
It
It
doesn't.
wouldn't.
There's no air.
It
It
would
doesn't.
not at all. Yeah. There's supposed to be no wind, no movement. It's in a vacuum. Jesus.
Mm-hmm. See, the thing is, if you say, why does the ISS not melt? Let's actually do that. It's just going to give an excuse why. Let's see. Why does the ISS not melt? It doesn't melt while the thermosphere is very high temperature. It also has very low density. This means there is not enough gas molecules to transfer significant heat to the station. Essentially, the thin atmosphere prevents the high temperature of the thermosphere from actually heating the ISS to the point of melting.
That makes no sense at all.
Exactly. I want to point out, guys, do you know, even in a vacuum, it gets hot. Gas molecules are not. It gets hot. Now, remember when we say the sun is shining on the ISS? That's radiative heat. Okay?
I feel like it would happen faster in a vacuum because it has less resistance.
It has less dispersion of that heat.
I have the
Like
question.
it would be concentrated, right? It would be more concentrated. So
Exactly. It's concentrated on the aluminium itself.
What
You get hotter.
Please say again the temperature.
3,600 and something degrees Fahrenheit.
All right. So I wonder how the frick they can square the situation when in all videos about the space and the sci-fi, you can see that people are freezing there to death. How you make it make sense? Programming is powerful. So which one is that? Is it hot or is it cold?
No, but you see, the reason you freeze is because your body temperature is all of a sudden going out to space. Yes, heat and temperature are different, Luca. 100%.
You know what, Flat, with the statements we are providing, I think the body temperature is rising.
So when it is exposed to radiation energy, guess what? The camera gets hot. So this guy says...
See, if Gary Fong says the same thing. That's why I said the sun is very hot. And it's radiative energy. It's focusing on that aluminium. And that aluminium is literally molecule that's all put together and it's getting hot. And it's already in a hot environment. So therefore, the excuse from there's not enough gas molecules to melt it is just total nonsense. It's just an excuse.
So how you square it when you do not have a protective layer, you pass it because you supposedly leave Earth, yes? And then, of course, we feel the heat from the sun. So how is possible that it's not hitting the object, which is in space, supposedly? So it's supposed to be higher temperature on Earth, much higher, yes?
I would think it should be.
I don't want to show you. Remember this video from Action Lab, where he heats up a ball and he puts in a vacuum. Does it stay hot forever or does it cool down?
Yep, let's watch it.
It cools down.
It cools down.
Like
and
rapidly.
Can I ask you guys something? What was the claim for people? There is no gas molecule, so it can't
transfer heat, right?
It can't. The heat can't go anywhere because there's no gas. Where did the heat go?
Okay, today I'm going to be putting a giant 2-inch diameter red hot nickel ball in my vacuum chamber to see if it actually decreases in temperature or not. So I have here a 2-inch diameter nickel ball.
Okay.
How about that molten iron core?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, there is heated up. Watch this. Very carefully. And obviously, look, he sticks it in. And he's going to heat it up. I mean, he's putting the vacuum on.
If it actually stops glowing.
There we go. Look at that. 1 minute and 23 seconds. Look. Where's the heat?
Yep.
There's absolutely no medium to transfer this heat through, yet it's still losing heat somehow.
Oopsie! Oopsie!
It's not losing heat, it's seeking equilibrium. Like the air around it is
Entropy is a
becoming
thing.
the same, like they're equalizing the temperature all the way around so it's not going to glow anymore. Like the heat inside of there could still be, it could be like, whatever 1,000 degrees it takes that iron ball to glow, but if the air around it is the same temperature, then it's not gonna glow.
So Globers, what's your excuse now to this video which you have seen just a second ago? Give your best shot.
Go for it.
We'll wait.
Anybody want to come in and debunk this for us? And Elevator TFE did not falsify any of our claims at all, dude. You can take that to the
Only thing TFE falsified was his own claim.
Yeah.
Must I bring up the way? You know what? Let me do it this way.
Duffy's backpedaling now. That's
I
all.
hate even talking about those TFE guys, man. They're so ridiculous that it's disgusting at this point.
I haven't even listened to them since Flats did an episode last.
They think he's saying that there's no black swan anymore. That's just funny. Okay,
yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Of the sun changing since the days of Adam.
I haven't.
How have you measured the diameter of the sun changing since the days of Adam?
I haven't measured it, and I want to
Okay,
point
so it's
out.
a false
I wanna-
claim. So you're
I
just
wanna
appealing
point-
to.
Hey, Sean, let me answer. I want to point out to the audience, you are evading the topic of the debate, which is the shape of the Earth, by talking about the sun.
Your whole TFE is about the sun. You
Exactly.
Wow. So he admits that has nothing to do with the Earth. He just admitted it right there.
Oh man, awesome.
This is epic. This is epic.
Great job,
Sean.
Sean.
Let him speak. He just burned himself, you know.
Sean, you totally demolished this dude. There we go. I think that explains TFE to you in a nutshell.
Yup.
You got
Duffy
to prove
debunked
rotation.
himself. So what does TFE really prove about the shape of the Earth, guys? Absolutely sweet bugger all. Mr.
You
Jingle,
gotta-
thank you very much for your £5 super chat. Really appreciate it. It says, Keith, thanks for opening up your chat, but you should always ban any offensive or abusive comments, but not those who disagree. I agree. I don't think I've banned anybody for anything, for just disagreeing, though. But thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it.
Yeah, don't come on and personally attack anybody, guy. That's just one of the things.
And
Yeah.
Conspiracy Smasher, just so you know, the lights in the sky do not explain the floor that we stand on. And if you want to come on in, just come on in.
Yeah, we're
And
more than
Elvira-
happy.
Go ahead.
We're more than happy to.
He never looked into the
discussion.
situation how the supposed sun looks like in the final so-called the final experiment, and how it looks in reality, because there were videos comparing, and they doesn't look like at all as the same. So maybe look into it, not only in your own perspective to confirm your bias, but look into the other perspective as well. Maybe you get the constructive conclusions and not be biased as you are.
Mm-hmm.
I want Elderbear to prove rotation of the Earth. He's claiming it here now.
No, he says the sun rotates in two different directions. I agree.
Oh,
the sun.
Look, we do not need
the
to
Earth.
explain them anything. What they have to do, they have to provide for us just two things. First of all, curvature of the Earth. Show me that. And second of all, I love this one, and Sophie is always correct about this. Show me the gas pressure without container. That's it. If you provide evidence for those two and supported by real experiment, then yes, I agree. But you can't do that. Why? Because it does not exist.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Conspiracy Smasher, come in and explain it to us.
No, I don't think.
I don't know, guys. Do you think they're ever going to give us this documentary we've been waiting for so long?
Oh, I think it's supposed to come out in like 6 months or something. I heard
Such a
something
long-
about it recently, and they said it was coming out like in 6 months.
I believe
Because
in
when I had
miracles.
Jonathan Mariandi on, he said about the end of April.
Flat, I believe in miracles, but not those miracles.
Oh, okay. I'm just going to say this. It's what direction you're looking at the sun. It still goes east to west, dude. I hate
Yeah,
to tell
it's
you
still
that.
east to west. Every luminary moves east to west. That's where, man, that always kills me when people say the stars in the south move the opposite direction. No, they don't.
Exactly.
They still move east to west.
And that's why I said I agree with him. Yes, it moves in two different directions. It's based on your perception, on your location. It's always the same direction, east to west. It only appears to go the opposite direction because it's the way you're looking.
Yeah, if you're
Sorry,
looking
Bev.
to the north, or if you're looking to the south, it's going to be right to left or left to right.
Yeah, let me put
There
it
it
this
is.
way. if I'm facing in the morning when the sun is rising from the east, and I'm facing now north, okay, it's going to come from my right to left. But now, if it's rising and I turn around and I'm facing south, it's going to rise from my left to right. But it's still east to west.
Elderberry keeps saying the same thing. It's anti-clockwise, clockwise, anti-clockwise, clockwise.
Yeah, I mean, how does he keep parroting that? Like, oh, Jesus. It's not anti-clockwise, man. It's east to west there, brother.
West. Always east to west. Everything in the sky moves east to west. And I'm so happy the Globers agree with us. The sun moves, not the earth.
I want to see Bev's cosmology. That's what I want to look at next. How does he do that?
Bend his uncle.
Oh, yeah.
The temperature of an object in space depends on irradiation density, albedo. Albedo. I had to look that one up because very few people know what albedo is. And albedo basically means the reflectivity of an object, such as a piece of paper or planet or whatever. So it's albedo.
Yeah. Let's put it this way. Why do you think if you wear a black shirt in the sun, you get more hot than wearing a white shirt in the sun? Because of the reflective properties of a white shirt compared to the black. That's the albedo what he's talking about. And this is usually why you get, like, I don't remember Picard? The guy that said he went up and saw, Luke Picard, and he saw upturned edges and all that. Remember he painted, I think he painted the one side white and the one side black?
Yeah, to keep warm on one side, cold on the other. To reflect the sunlight. Yeah.
Yep.
Weird.
Hey, Mike, Drunk Bill, you've not been banned, man. You've always been unmuted. Okay. Good to see you, by the way, Mike. Okay.
Hey, baby. I'm so smart. I like the albedo of your white dress. Anyway, okay. So, to increase albedo, the camera was covered by a white envelope. Oh, really, was it? Where did he see that? This greatly reduces the temperature of the camera. But if it's in space, the camera has no temperature, according to you.
That's a contradiction statement there. That is. If he says space has no temperature, and then he fights to say, to protect it from the temperature, and use the white envelope.
Yep.
The question is, why would you protect against something which does not occur?
That's what I say. It's guys, this
basically doesn't exist.
Yeah, guys, I still want to ask this. I'm gonna do this again because we've asked this before. It's just a fun thing to think about. Let me get Paint open quickly for Sean Hawkins because he loves Paint so much.
No, conspiracy smasher. We were saying that the sun can be seen, but not for 24 hours. So
yes, and they still haven't shown it.
Yes,
showing
exactly. Hours. They promised live stream. There was no live stream. They promised they will get the phone call from the guy to confirm it's live stream. They didn't do it. So just shut your mouth, guy, and just start looking into it because you are just showing how stupid you are.
And their standard of evidence is really low. Yeah.
And Jaron and Austin, I mean, the two flat earthers that were supposed to be down there that were supposed to be the reliable guys, they didn't film crap, man. What did they have?
Yeah,
like
they didn't actually film anything. That's one thing I didn't realize.
There was like maybe a half hour, maybe an hour of stuff that came out during those, few days. And I was watching for it. I was trying to wait for them. I was excited. I was like, yeah, let's see what's going on down there. And those guys never went on. They went on for like a half hour one day, and then maybe an hour another day. And that's nothing. That's not even you can't even consider that credible evidence or data. You can't even use that data.
Mm-hmm.
Globers, why are you still asking questions? You claim that the Earth is a globe. We observe that it has nothing to do with reality. You observe flat everywhere. So, because you claim it's a globe, it's on you to provide evidence. That's why I have said, provide evidence for the curvature of the Earth, which is observable, and supported by experiment, real scientific experiment. Then provide second evidence for the gas pressure without container. Just those two things. Without
But
that,
I'm sure
don't ask any
Janusz,
questions. It's
but I'm
pointless.
sure Janusz, Will Duffy did tell us live on my show that he
Yes,
will
yes.
provide us these three things.
Still didn't see.
Still waiting. Anyway, guys, can you see this on screen?
Yep.
Now, this is just a little conundrum I've always been thinking of. Globus, this is your globe, Earth. This is the center of your Earth. This is a man standing upright. What happens when he jumps through, and this is his feet? Okay, what happens when he goes? Will he come feet out first to the bottom, or will he come head out first to the bottom if you had to jump through the Earth? Think about it. This is his feet.
I actually thought about that before, and I always thought, oh, you just end up getting stuck in the middle.
See, because what happens here is you're just going to get stuck in the middle then. So he won't pop out feet first that side. But the thing is,
and honestly, if you got stuck in the middle with their model, you wouldn't even have an orientation. You wouldn't know what was every way would be up and every way would be down.
There is no up and down on a globe.
So there's a few things that can happen. You can fall like this.
Let's assume here that he wouldn't stuck in the middle. Yes, he would go through the Earth. So
He
what?
will go through, but then the thing is, he'll fall back again.
But all right,
So
let's
he'll
assume
be
that,
in a loop. He'll be in an endless loop, going this way the whole time.
but let's assume just for a second that
He would be in
all
an
right?
orbit. He would basically be in an orbit.
He's free falling the whole time.
Guys, let's just assume he will go through, okay? So he's on top of the Earth, right? And then he's standing with his feet on the ground. But when he gets to the bottom of the circle, he will be standing on his head.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have a southern rotation point somewhere that I don't know about?
Yeah, it's called the South Pole. Yeah, Duffy was there.
Yeah.
He's going to show it to you in like a few months or whatever. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's also going to show you.
that.
He's also going to show you the Southern Crux and the South Pole Star, which he saw while he was in Antarctica while he was having a 24-hour sun. Yeah, while he was having a 24-hour sun, he's going to show you that South Pole Star. Holy crap!
Hi, SDMP, how's it going?
It's good. How are you?
Good. What's up, man?
I wasn't sure. It's all good.
No stress. Good to see you, man. If you ever want to jump in, just do so. Okay, guys, ready to go on?
Yes. Water, for example, boils at room temperature in a vacuum. There is no temperature in space. Water boils at room temperature in a vacuum. Smart guy. And then, is it the same guy? No, a different guy says, well, the temperatures went even higher, maybe 340. The thing is, being actual scientists, they use the Kelvin scale, which you've never even heard of. Really? That's kind of weird. I have a degree.
Kelvin, yeah. Kelvin is very more accurate based on temperature, for sure.
Yeah, but mainly if in a matter of science, they use system which is called SI, which is Celsius.
Mm-hmm.
I like Hobbs better, to be honest with you.
But think about it, guys. Whatever reaches 0 Kelvin?
Nothing. I don't think you can get
yeah,
there.
you would not. You would never. Would
Yeah.
you?
I mean, like, let's for instance say when they say gas stops moving, you can freeze gas to stop moving. Well, has gas ever reached 0 Kelvin? No.
What's it called?
They can't even replicate. They can't replicate 0 Kelvin even in scientific laboratories.
It's very hard, even with the liquid. What is called? You just drop down the temperature.
Nitrogen.
Yeah, nitrogen, exactly.
I think it's theoretical.
Yes.
Yeah, well,
even with that, they can achieve it.
I think it is all theoretical because the thing is, like, the scale that we put on temperatures and measurements and whatnot, like, well, maybe not measurements of like measurements of like wood or whatever, but like as far as like measuring like heat and like certain voltage and whatnot, you got high potential and low potential, and we as man put a certain scale at 0. Really, you have like you have potential and you have low potential. So there's never actually a 0 in nature.
True.
And
There
to be
never
honest, I would go even further. In globe model, everything is theoretical.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And here we got a circumference for our flat model now. Somebody's claiming that we have a circumference for the flat Earth. I don't know.
Wow. Okay. Hey, Debatable, good to see you, man. How's the game?
Hey, man, it's going okay.
That's good. Good to see you, man.
It's good, it's good. I just want to make one small correction on what Janusz said there earlier. He said in science they have SI, which is for Celsius. No, SI is for the standard units of measurement. That's a definition.
That's correct, yes.
Yes,
But
it
maybe
doesn't stand for Celsius.
They're using Celsius.
Standard measurement is Celsius. That's what he's saying.
Yes, exactly. Kilometers, not miles. Kilograms, not pounds, and so on.
Well,
so
it depends if you're using which system you're using. I mean, I think some people use metric and some people use imperial, so it would change. I don't know.
To avoid, in a matter of science and science field,
So the
to
main
avoid
one
any
you'll
misunderstanding,
use
they use
is
SI.
Kelvin. The main one you'll use is Kelvin.
For scientific purposes, it's Kelvin usually. Yes.
Yes.
Hang on, do you
because
guys
Kelvin makes more sense.
do you guys call the metric system standard?
No, not metric. Standard system's not the same as metric necessarily, although metric is.
Well,
just,
you said CI was standard.
No, SI is the standardized
Or
units that are
SI.
used within science. Yes.
Which is metric.
Not necessarily. No, metric is what we commonly refer to as weights and distances, not necessarily
I'm talking
everything
about
else that you measure.
Well, Celsius and Fahrenheit, because here in the States, I mean, when I hear Fahrenheit, I hear that called under the standard system.
Standard for America, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I said. It depends if you're using metric or imperial. So because
Well, I was just wondering. I was just wondering if guys in other countries, like, they call their system standard over our standard.
Mm-hmm.
Because it would be standard. If
I should say conspiracy smash. The reason I can't see Polaris from my house is because I've got a mountain around me.
Ooh, there you go. I got a question for you. Is there, in a dynamic system, will you ever reach a 0 on any of these things?
What do you
mean?
mean?
No,
Because
I don't believe so.
Because you can't reach equilibrium.
What do you mean?
Well, in temperature. Like if you're looking at temperature like you are now in a dynamic system that we do live in, is there actually going to be a constant 0 anywhere?
No.
Well, no, you can't have a constant 0, but like 0 on Celsius isn't the same as 0 in Kelvin. They're definitionally different.
Yeah.
It's 272 difference or something, if I remember correctly.
No. It's not just that the one's 273 and the one's 0.
Yeah.
They're definitionally different.
Yeah.
Kelvin is defined as being to do with essentially the kinetic energy of the molecules, whereas Celsius has a different definition that we've applied. They both are on a linear scale, and so they always have 273. Fahrenheit, for example, is not on the same scale, and that's why you don't have a linear. That's why it looks weird when you have like a negative Kelvin but a positive Celsius, and they don't move at the same rate when you're changing by, say, 1 degree Celsius isn't 1 degree Fahrenheit, for example.
Yeah, exactly.
So Kelvin is defined as 0 in Kelvin means that there's literally no kinetic movement,
no molecule movement,
like absolutely nothing. And so far, everywhere we've looked, we don't see that as being something that can happen in nature. We can get very close to it, but it's not something.
In a lab, they can get almost close to it. They claim, but they can't exactly to get 0. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you hear a lot about quantum computers, for example. They require very low temperature, and it's a very big reason why they need low temperatures to do with the kinetic energy of the molecules, for example. So getting down to that temperature is extremely difficult. You got to put a lot of energy into it.
And Roger, what I was going to say also, if we ever did hit that perfect equilibrium, I think nothing would cease to exist. Like everything would cease to exist. There would just be nothing. Like because if everything hit a perfect balance, there would be nothing.
Quick question, because I just literally don't remember. I'm honest. Is the 1 Kelvin in a matter of, let's say, energy and 1 Celsius, the matter of energy the same, or it differs?
Differs.
Because I can't remember. I think it differs. Yes.
Well, it's just a scale. So 1 Celsius would be 274.13 Kelvin or something like that.
So it's like a freaking 1 mile and 1 kilometer, something like that. Yeah,
In terms of Kelvin and Celsius, yeah, but I believe that there is an upper point where just doing a straight conversion isn't necessarily representative. You must also remember that units we decide on because of the definition that we give them. So just because Kelvin and Celsius are always 273 apart, they have different definitions of what they are and why they are that. Celsius is defined by the boiling temperature of water and the freezing temperature of water, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of how it came about. So in that definition, you could see situations where that doesn't really work anymore, right? Change room temperature and the boiling point changes, right?
Yeah, that's what you have to say.
Or elevation, compression.
At sea level,
in the
that's
air.
what you have to say. Yeah, it's at sea level.
Well, you can say sea level. Sea level is also another definition thing. It's just a certain amount of pressure in a certain like your volume and your temperature.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's why they got that
barometric pressure in a condition
at 100.
Yes, but that's why Celsius cannot then be used as a as a benchmark, because it is defined by certain conditions that must be met. Kelvin, on the other hand, is defined by what you can almost call like a fundamental property of something we see that's consistent, right? So we're making it independent of, let's say, specifically the pressure or the room temperature or something like that in terms of definition. So Celsius is connected to its definition of water. I believe the definition for Celsius might have changed. I'm not too familiar with it. But Kelvin has a different, more fundamental definition, if we can put it that way.
Yeah, I haven't looked into Kelvin too much. I want to look into that. I need to. I'm going to write that down, actually.
That's awesome. Yeah, got to remember that. So, Bev, you got a direct line the sun takes on the globe compared. It doesn't stay in the same circuit neither in their model too, right? It goes from tropic to tropic. It travels between the two. He's trying to make the equator an actual spot on the Earth. It's an imaginary line, but I don't think the sun's ever passes over that spot at any particular time during the year completely.
Isn't that the equinox?
It could be. So it's just one spot. It does it one time a year, right?
Twice a year, actually.
Twice, yeah.
Okay. You guys want to go on with the video?
Yeah.
Sure.
In pharmacology from the University of California. You've never even heard of, which makes 250 about 9.5 degrees Fahrenheit. So 340 K is a bit warmer than 9.5 degrees at 170 degrees Fahrenheit. As to the length of the lunar day, have you ever seen phases of the moon? All you've got to do is look at the thing, as people have been doing for millennia. You think you're sticking it to the man when really you are just displaying astounding levels of ignorance. Oh, I've never heard of the Kelvin scale. So here's what he was saying. It's like he's saying it's 250 degrees Fahrenheit. But because they're scientists, they use Kelvin, which is therefore about 10 degrees Fahrenheit. And so it wouldn't have even gotten hot. Okay, so I said, okay, so this is like me saying I weigh 180 pounds, but since I live in Canada, where we use kilograms, I actually weigh 82 kilograms, so I'm really light. I said, that's...
You see, that's what I love about that. It's the same. Exactly the same. Just using a different scale, but it's exactly the same weight. So I do like the way he's answering that.
That's what you just did. You changed the units, reasoning that K is what scientists use, but kept the value the same. Okay, so that's like going to the doctor and the doctor saying, your temperature is 98.6 degrees. And he says, I don't understand that. I'm a scientist. Can you give that to me in Kelvin? So I'm learning a lot about confirmation bias, is that people, first thing that happens in their process is they get mad that I dare question that we've even been to the moon. I didn't say I questioned that we've ever been to the moon. I'm just saying that those photographs did not come from the moon. They absolutely did not come from the moon. If they didn't come from the moon, then where did they come from? A film set? I don't know. The other problem is that it's a motorized camera, which had nickel cadmium batteries. We didn't have lithium ion batteries then. We had NiCads.
Yeah, that's one thing. The batteries, how do those things discharge though? I mean, even today's batteries would discharge quite quickly.
Yeah, I mean, you take a battery and you stick it out in like the cold weather, like, it gets down to like like 25 degrees here sometimes. And I'll go out to start my truck and it won't start. And it's because the cold drained the battery.
Absolutely.
But all you need is a left boot, snow boot, man. It keeps
That's
the
all
heat
you
in.
need. Oh. A left one, nothing
Yeah,
else.
make sure it's a left boot because the right boot won't keep it warm enough.
Yeah.
Now we're going into dogmatic globe stuff. Now, hold on.
Well, I got a charger that I just hook up and just crank it up real quick. Like a little jump start box. That's, flat earth logic.
Flat earth logic.
The thing
Battery doesn't start, you just
is
jump.
NiCads can
Yeah.
safely reach 40 degrees Celsius without damage, which is about 100 and maybe 100 degrees. Okay, any more than that, then it can explode. So now you've got it in. I want you to do me a favor. I want those of you who are really skeptics, I want you to take a battery, a NiCad battery, maybe lithium ion. They're better for heat, but put it in boiling water and you tell me if it explodes. Let me know how that goes. The other thing too that was really kind of iffy about the story of this Ektachrome 160 film coming from the moon. Now again, I'm not going to expand outside of it. As we say in court, we say that we are going to focus on the issues within the four corners of the document. I'm here to talk about the film. Did it come from the moon or not? And I'm saying there's problems with how it's represented to us. And as a person with a background in science and physics and photography and a lab processor, I'm saying that film did not come from the moon.
Yeah, that's why I found it very interesting when the Apollo detective guys actually tested the film in a vacuum and with some radiation and heat and stuff, and to show the different effects that the environment will have on that film. And yes, they got as close pay grade film as they could to what they used on the Apollo missions. So when they did those demonstrations, they were trying to keep it as controlled as possible.
Oh, how did that work out?
It showed that based on their exposure to the environments, they couldn't get the pictures they claimed to have taken.
Plus, do you think that the moon is an irradiated vacuum?
I don't know. I don't think that we have a vacuum of space though.
So do you have a problem with them taking photos on the moon because the moon is a vacuum, or do you have a problem with them taking photos on the moon for some other reason?
No, I don't have a problem with that. I have a problem with them making a claim that they went to a place that violates natural law. And the thing is also, obviously you guys are global, so you believe the moon is a solid object. You know what I mean? A rock floating in the sky.
This guy thinks that too.
Yeah. Gary Wong does think that. He's a glober. But the problem is he understands, based on the environment set, they couldn't have taken those photos with the camera they claim to have taken it.
But you'd need to think that that environment exists in order to make that
According
argument.
to him, yes. According to him, it exists. We don't. The whole argument we're basing this on is it's impossible for it to happen because it's impossible. So the fact that he has the evidence to say it can't work is the evidence that they never went to the moon. His argument is they couldn't take the photos on the moon. Our argument is they never went to the moon to take the photos.
Well, he's also probably arguing that they didn't go to the moon. I mean, there's no other reason why he would be having a problem with the photos.
Yeah, I don't know precisely what his argument is, but yeah, he did say in the beginning, it sounds like he also said they didn't go to the moon.
Yeah, I mean, that's the argument that he's really making, is that they didn't go to the moon.
Yeah.
These photos that you would say are evidence that they went to the moon, they couldn't have been made because they were taken in a vacuum and it's too hot or it's too irradiated or whatever. But you wouldn't make that argument because you would say we couldn't go to the moon for some other reason.
Yeah. Look, we're just playing along with the narrative of if they did go to the moon. You understand? Ignoring that they've violated natural law, basing on the camera's functions in that environment. That's all. So we're bypassing the fact that if they went there, we're showing why, even if we ignore that, the other evidence is why they didn't go. You understand? So we're just looking at other aspects of why it was impossible. So it's not just concentrating on one evidence, it's concentrating on multiple evidences, even by ignoring it. So by standing saying, okay, let's say they did go, we're ignoring the second law of thermodynamics, they did go, would they actually be able to get the claimed photos? No, they wouldn't, so therefore it shows they were anyway lying about going, so they didn't go. Am I making sense?
It's a little bit of a logical stretch, but
it's basically
the argument you want to make. That's
the cameras couldn't function. I
mean,
that's the thing. The cameras couldn't function. So even if they went, they would not be able to bring us back like any proof, like physical, like photographic proof.
Yeah, it sort of reminds me of the whole TFE thing. There is no 24-hour sun, so they couldn't provide us with the 24-hour sun. So they made a claim they brought the 24-hour sun, but they didn't.
Yeah,
because
that does seem a little bit like the same argument that you made over the final experiment. That look, I can come up with a couple of reasons why I think maybe your what you claim you didn't actually happen. So I can feel like I can just dismiss this entire thing.
Yeah, and everybody's got their own opinion.
Yeah.
But I must say, it's great having some Globers in as well, just having an ordinary conversation. I mean, people are allowed to disagree with each other. So.
Yeah, and I think it's great, man. I mean, because even us flat earthers, we disagree with each other on certain aspects of certain things.
Oh, yeah, all the time.
But we're still able to be like cordial with each other and have conversations and, not get heated about it.
Mm-hmm.
We do have a basic common ground, though, right? We do agree on certain things.
Yeah, we agree on certain things, and I'm sure like even with certain Globers, we agree on like some certain basic things, especially people who believe in creation and whatnot. I mean, we can still sit down and have good conversations and not get mad at each other for disagreeing with each other. We can just talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I think is like the most welcoming about especially Flat's Creality channel here. He invites anybody to come in and talk. So if you want to express yourself and ask some questions, see what we think, we can ask you a couple of questions about what you think. We can agree to disagree. We can all still be friends.
Yeah. I think with this whole globe versus flat Earth kind of separation thing does get old. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, we're all still human beings. We still have our disagreements and stuff, but we can still be cordial with each other.
We also have to live our daily lives.
We don't have to hate each other and just write each other off just because we have different beliefs.
Yeah,
I don't hate them. I pray for them.
And the key word there is belief, though.
Brother.
Yeah. But unfortunately, from the other end, they hate flat earthers, like we have experienced. They are doxing people. They are providing their home addresses. they are calling them. They are calling their businesses and their bosses to get them fired. Why? Why so triggered? Why they are so triggered?
Yeah, but you see, that's also just some of them. It's not everybody. Unfortunately, you do get sick people in this world.
Yeah, but I never experienced, anyone that maybe there is someone like some crazy from the flat Earth side who is going really on the tantrum, and doing this kind of stuff. But I don't know even one example. Probably there is because I cannot say there is none because I'm just not aware of it. But because I don't know it, and I know multiple examples from the globe side, it's huge difference.
Mm-hmm.
I know a couple of guys on the flat Earth side that I don't want anything to do with, but
Yeah, there's a few guys I don't want to
Yeah.
associate with Flat Earth side. I agree.
I'm not even saying that those guys are wrong. They just have like bad attitudes, and I don't
Yeah.
want to be a part of it.
Guys want to carry on with the video.
But do they call, for example, to Glober's bosses and
Sure.
trying to get them fired?
I mean, if you call
Yeah.
somebody's business and you tell them
Well,
so and so thinks the Earth is a globe, I mean, nothing's going to happen. Everyone thinks that.
Yeah, but it's about the principle of it. It's about the principle of going to someone's boss and telling them, listen, yeah, you guys should be embarrassed because you have a flat earther working for you. You know what I mean?
Let me say this. I have seen certain flat earthers go after other flat earthers and do that.
Yeah.
There have been like a handful of flat earthers just that didn't agree with other flat earthers, so they did dox the other flat earthers by calling up
Crazy.
their bosses and tell them, "Hey, you got a flat earther working for you. You need to get rid of that guy, or I'm not going to do business with you anymore." And they're flat earthers themselves.
Yeah.
And
that's
Or
just,
at least
I don't know.
claim to
Can you
be.
please provide
At least
example?
claim to be.
I would like to know, the names because I never seen that. So, yeah, like I said, I never heard it. So if you have examples, please provide it. I will gladly
Okay,
look into it.
Giannis, I'll provide it for you probably privately.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
No
not
worries.
gonna say like names out
Yeah,
loud
yeah,
right
I
now
get you.
because honestly, I could probably go back and look at some of those guys that doxed other guys that I was like,
Mhm.
oh, they were doxing those guys because they were shills. But at the
Right.
same time, even if somebody was a shill, you don't put somebody else's information out there.
Yeah, that's true. Look,
You know.
but they are definitely flat earthers, not pretending to be flat earthers. You're sure they're flat earthers?
I'm not even 100% sure they're flat Earth. I'm just saying I'm not
Right,
going to
right.
say they are or not, but they claim
Okay.
to be. But I've seen them go
Yeah,
out after others.
yeah. With the claims we've seen, freaking Geran, we've seen
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why I'm
Yeah,
asking.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that
Mhm.
well, I mean, well, I saw someone actually back when I still followed Jaren. There was a specific person I saw calling out Jaren when I was like, "Oh, Jaren's actually putting out good information," and the information Jaren was putting out was actually spot on and good. But
Yeah,
this
he
guy
got some
was
good truths he did expose, didn't he? He did put
Man, he
some
did.
decent
He
stuff.
put some good stuff. His NASA, like debunking NASA videos. Now he's going back and he's like debunking his own debunking NASA videos. Like, what the hell is?
Well,
I
you
don't
know,
even
when
know
you
what the hell
swap
that is.
over like that, dude, you gotta bite that
Yeah,
bullet.
I
You
know
gotta
you got to
defend.
play that game or whatever, but but at the same time, I'm just saying I've seen guys like go after him. I saw people go after shoot.
But Geran was
Actually,
exposed many years.
I'm the handful of people I'm thinking about are actually questionable people.
Right. Yeah, that's why I've asked. Look, Geran was exposed long time ago, many years ago, as a flat earther, So I didn't trust him, even if he provided good videos in some cases. And was really very good, but I didn't trust him since a very long time. Which
Well,
it
I always liked when he had the open panels and like had all the guys on there. Like, I can't even remember some of the guys because they're not even around anymore. But he used to have to like Rodrigo, what was his name? Rodrigo, I can't remember his last name. I know I follow him. He's like a chess player and whatnot. And I follow his like chess stuff. And then there's another guy from South America. And like there was like people he was associated with that I mean I still do kind of trust. Like I still think they're good guys, which I don't think they have anything to do with him anymore. But because he was associated with those guys, I was like, oh yeah, Jaren probably, and they were all sharing really good information at the time. Now, when those guys started walking away and Jaren all of a sudden started shutting down his open panels and whatnot, that's when I started having questions about Jaren. But he was still making really damn good videos on, you know, the NASA and just faking space and all that. And then he was like doing the reviews with Sov and all that. Like, I thought that was some really good stuff. But you could see they quickly backed off as well, real quick. Like the THC channel and Sov, and they were like, and I think Weiss was in there too, but they were like watching the NASA videos and going through the reviews. Can't
The
remember
best
what it
way,
was.
from my perspective, the best approach to this kind of guys is to listen what they say kind of in private, but they're being exposed. Like, for example, before he's gone to the Antarctica, he said to the girl that he will be speaking in different ways, so she shouldn't be surprised when he comes back. So he already knew that he's flipping, So that
Yeah,
he really exposed himself.
yeah, he did do that. He did do that. And then also I remember him even specifically saying on like a stream like a year or 2 years ago. He said everybody has their price. If somebody came up to me with, $1 million, I would quit doing this tomorrow.
Yeah, here you go.
Like, he did make that statement himself, so.
No, I can brag because I'm a bit different. There is no price I can sell my soul for, and I consider it selling soul. There is no
There is no
price.
price. There is
No.
no price for me either. Like, no, you cannot come up to me and like try to give me money to break my integrity. I will not do that. Like, the truth is the truth, and I don't want to lie. I don't want to lie.
The truth is
Ever.
the truth. Even let's say I believe in 8 billion people. I don't, but let's say I believe. The truth is the truth. Even if only one man or one woman says it, and everyone else, which is around 8 billion people, saying opposite. The truth is always the truth. No exception.
Yep, no exception. Amen, Giannis.
Thank you. Amen. I remember the flip when Witsit was claiming that there is 24-hour sun, but he got really burned from the people in the comments, and then he needed to make a statement that no, I've seen the sun 24-hour sun, but I still believe that the Earth is flat or something like that. So
yeah, I saw that.
Big
That
pressure,
was like yeah, that was like 6 or 8 months ago when he said that. Yeah. And I've watched a couple of Witsit streams here recently. Like, I still like the information he's putting out, even though he's not talking about too much, flat Earth stuff. But I
Yes.
mean, he's still claiming like, no, I still believe flat Earth.
Yeah. Look,
But
Alex Jones
the information then. Oh yeah, Alex Jones. Yeah, he's
provides a
another
lot of
one.
good
Yeah.
information, but he's
Yeah.
controlled. He's Cointel Pro, So it was very long time ago by what was his name? I always forget his name. He was speaking first about 9/11.
The something Warren or Warren something.
No. Let me think. I'll come back to me. Give me a second.
But yeah, Alex Jones, he was one of the first guys that I started waking up to back in like 2012. I started looking at his 9/11 stuff, and
this guy was killed by the FBI. He knew he would be killed. Oh, what was his name? Jesus, one of the first big truthers. He was Christian, very devoted Christian. Oh man, just always slip up.
Shoot, Bill Cooper.
Yes, exactly. William Cooper. Yeah, I always forget his name. Yep, that's the one. He exposed Alex Jones, and he was really bashing him, and people still believe, Alex Jones. And
Alex
later,
Jones is. They say he is Bill Cooper. Yeah.
No, he's not Bill Cooper. He was a comedian. People make a comparison to the other comedian.
Is that not Bill Cooper? Hang on.
Yeah. Famous comedian.
Wait, William Cooper was the guy that did Behold a White Horse.
Yes,
right?
exactly. Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
That's correct.
Okay. So,
And
it was damn, what's that comedian's name? I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
He wasn't really a comedian. He was like half comedian, but he was more like a George Carlin. He was
Yes, exactly.
He was stating facts in the most dumbest way, and people laughed at it.
Oh
Yeah.
man, I just freaking can't remember the name. It's a very popular guy, very known guy, and I'm very bad with names. That's my thing.
Man, I'm gonna look it up right now on my phone. I'm gonna put
Bill Hicks. Yes.
Bill Hicks.
Yeah.
Bill Hicks. I know. Yeah, William. Yeah, Bill Cooper. Bill Hicks. Yeah.
Bill Cooper jumped out of the plane with the money.
No, that was D.S. Cooper, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I've been listening to
who had plenty of money and he jumped from the plane. Yeah.
I've been listening to a podcast where they've been going over Bill Hicks's Mystery Babylon series, and they got to a part where he figured that Bill was just plagiarizing an entire book. He was just reading. He looked up what he was saying on the internet and found the book that he was reading out of, and caught him replacing words like this book with this program, and words like this author thinks to I think, and he was like, this guy's just a total fraud.
Yeah, you were talking about the D.B. Cooper.
D.B. Cooper, that's right.
Damn it.
Yeah, Bill Hicks is a fraud. Too bad.
Did you see recently how Alex Jones looks like? Like a freaking different guy. Totally different. A bit similar, but totally different.
Drinking.
Yeah.
He stopped drinking and probably is on Ozempic.
Maybe that's just.
He used to be drunk on his program all the time.
Mm-hmm. Maybe just an excuse, so to provide, to people we believe that he's the same guy. It doesn't look the same, to be honest.
Yeah, he's the same guy. I don't watch his show. I just listen to it. So the voice has been the same the whole time. If it were a different person, it would
a bit different rasp, because he has raspy voice. It's a different depth of the rasp.
Voice.
Yeah,
he's got the same voice. Whether he's got a beard and he's bald, or he's got the buzz cut and no
from
beard.
The same
it's all
area
the same
of Texas. They're both from the same area of Texas. So
yeah, Bill Hicks.
And they both actually had the same PR guy or something or manager.
And when Hicks disappeared, Alex Jones appeared. Yeah.
Yeah. Bill Hicks hated Alex Jones. Hated him.
Well, do you guys think that you get people that kind of replace people?
100%.
Yeah, I believe that. Yeah. I mean, I'm under the impression that John Benet Ramsey is what's her name that just went to space, Katy Perry.
I'm nearly sure that they are cloning people as well. When they provided evidence for the cloning dolly, they were already able to clone people. So, and even the music industry, famous people say that they are clones, and so on. So, yeah, they're resetting their memory, going to special clinic, they can't remember other stuff. Yeah. So yeah, MK Ultra, all this crap.
I think it's more like, well, I don't know. I can't really speculate on it because I go both ways.
Of course, we do not have first-hand knowledge, but evidence is kind of overwhelming if you really look into it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think some of the ones they do bring up is kind of far-fetched. It's like, nah. But there
was even
incidents where I would say, yes, no, this is definitely...
Yeah. Or even masks, doubles and so on. I remember the interview when the woman from CIA, they created great mask, in the CIA. And she was sitting with the president, and president didn't know that she's fake because the mask was so good. So they have a lot of tools in their arsenal.
Oh.
So again, any volunteer, any glober want to come and provide the best take, the best evidence of the curvature of the Earth, and the experiment confirming it, and the evidence for the gas without pressure. Here you go. That's your time. You can come, bash us, destroy us, whatever you want to do. Just please provide the evidence and really destroy us. I really want to see it and hear it.
And we'll have no hard feelings, guys. For real. Bring
Yeah.
it up.
I won't be even interrupting. I'll be just listening, and when you finish, then I speak.
Well, the photos from high altitude show the curvature of the Earth.
What altitude are you at?
I'm not at any particular altitude right now, but photographs from, where Katy Perry was, 400,000 feet in the air, and you can see the curvature pretty clearly.
Have you been 400,000 feet in there?
And I haven't, but I've seen photographs from that height.
Well, that makes
You wanted evidence. What do you want from me? You wanted evidence.
But that makes you think, though, like Katy Perry's thing that they did. If it was fake, how can you trust that what they showed?
Well, it wasn't fake. They've done it several times.
It wasn't fake.
How do you know it wasn't fake?
Why is this one fake and not all the others that did?
Yeah, they've all
been. All of them are always
done it
fake.
a dozen
This
times.
one was just exposed as being fake. That's all.
No, this one had women on it.
PR
People
stunt.
hate women.
No, this one had
Misogynists hate women, so they didn't like that women went to space.
Oh.
No, this
That
one
was
had
a
a
feminist political thing.
This one had a fake opening door. It was a real opening door. It's supposed to be opened only from inside, but only from outside.
It can be
But they
opened
open it from
outside.
inside,
It
so
can be opened from the inside.
Think of it from a
That's been
safety
debunked.
perspective. If there was something like an emergency going on and the pod was on the ground, why would they design it so you couldn't open it from the inside?
But that's what they said at the beginning. Later they changed the story when the door was opened.
Who
And
said
was-
it at the beginning? The people just
told that-
reporting on it?
Even if you observe the capsule, how it looks like before it lands and after it lands and the close distance, it's two different capsules, two different sizes and shapes of the windows. So
And it's-
evidence is in your
And
face.
height of the capsule.
Yes,
The height of the
exactly.
capsule was even like dramatically
Yeah.
different.
If you choose not to see it, it's on you, not on me, my friend.
And there's a
from
and
my
there's a
pers-
point, sorry, and there's a
Sorry,
point
yes.
where they show a mannequin through the window.
Well, from my perspective, I'm hearing all the talking points of one specific video that a person released. So take that for what you will.
No, there was multiple videos. I have few on my channel. I can provide links if you want.
All of this is a distraction from their photographs from high altitude that show that the Earth.
No, but no, the argument here is because they faked it, you can't take that so-called photograph as curvature.
What's fake?
The Blue Origin was faked. It was a PR stunt.
What about other photographs?
What other photographs?
I mean, Blue Origin's not the only thing that can go up 400,000 feet.
Yeah, what other
SpaceX rockets can go to the ISS.
Yeah, okay.
I mean,
My friend,
amateur rocketeers can send rockets up that high
right,
with a GoPro
with
camera.
the fisheye lens. Do you want to see video? I can view on my channel.
Yeah, I could show you video of a rocket that has a rectilinear lens that goes up there.
Okay, my friend. So it confirms your bias. I want to show you videos in which you do not observe curvature of the Earth, and they are private owned. They are independent, and there is no fisheye lens.
I'll
And
show
they
you
state
videos
that.
where there is curvature, but because you've got another
Yes,
video
with
with a
fisheye
fisheye
lens.
lens,
Of course, you can do that.
well, mine can show that it does not have a fisheye lens.
It still shows curvature. Yes.
And it
You
shows
do
a
know
curvature.
even rectilinear lenses still do give distortion. It's just minimal.
Yeah.
You know what's funny
well,
about that?
It's also
is you-
relative. It's
it-
relative to the height that it's
it also-
going to. Like you see the same like falling off point at like each
Yeah, but
end.
you
Like it's-
you have to also understand that this so-called curve you're claiming, how do you know it's physical and not just optical?
Well, I mean, it's optical. You're seeing it with your eyes. You're not touching it.
Yeah,
with your
but that curve, as it's sorry, it's not a physical curve. It's just an optical illusion, as you would say, based on
Is
vision.
the curve of a basketball an optical curve?
No, basketball is a physical thing.
Okay. So is the Earth.
Yes.
This is our point. You're just making a claim that it's physical. You're not actually providing evidence that it is
Wait a
physical.
second. You're just
The
making a
Earth, the
claim
Earth
that
itself
it's
is
not physical.
No, the Earth itself is physical. What he's saying is the curvature you're seeing is not physical.
He's making that claim and had really no reason to make
No,
it.
no, no. I'm saying, how do
He
you
does
know
have a
it's
good
physical?
reason.
That's all I'm asking. I'm not making a claim either way. I'm just saying, how do you know it's physical and not just a optical illusion?
Because you would need to have some reason for it to be an optical illusion.
I don't know if you
Yeah.
watched a video from Dave McKeegan I think it was last year, maybe like 7-8 months ago, where he even explained even on a flat Earth it would also show a curve. It will just be optical based on limitations of vision.
That's not an explanation for why it's curving. See, when the rocket starts going up, at the horizon, it's flat, and then when it gets up to a high enough elevation, the
That's my
horizon starts
point.
to curve.
Remember, when something goes up, you're just pushing your field of view out further, and the more it's further it's going to be able to see, the more atmosphere you're looking through, so the more opacity you're going to get. So therefore, that falling away is happening more and more rapidly. It's almost like you're swimming in a murky dam. At different depths, it's more murky than others. So the higher, let's say you're in a murky dam and you're down under deep, you're not going to see much. But the higher you go up, you're going to see a bit more and more. But the further you're looking, the less you see because of the murkiness. You understand?
Okay. I am hearing what you're saying, but I'm not hearing an explanation for why you would then see curvature.
I just
Maybe
gave
you
you
wouldn't be able to see as far if that was a decent explanation, but that's not what would cause the horizon to curve. JK was asking, where's your evidence for curvature? Here
Well,
it
it's like
is.
this,
It's
man. It's
photographs
like-
of a high altitude, and then Gibbledy here's maybe some excuse for why that isn't good enough.
Well,
it's
can
not
we
like
then
this.
take it as we can agree then it's not evidence, it's just your belief that it's evidence? Is that because it's not actual evidence, you're just claiming it's physical?
Is evidence of somebody stealing a car, like a photograph of somebody busting into a car and driving away with a car?
Yeah, but you
Is
see,
a
that's
photograph
testable.
like that good enough to show a jury and say,
But
here's
you see,
evidence?
that's
My friend,
testable.
in fact, let me ask the question. Did you take a photo yourself?
No, it's not my
Okay.
photo.
So photo was provided for you, yes?
I found the photograph, sure.
Okay. So can we adjust and change photos? Is it possible?
What do you mean adjust and change
Can
photos? It's a video. No, it's a video. It's a full running from launch to apogee video.
Okay. There was no fisheye lens as you claim, yes?
Correct.
Okay. So they were in the balloon spaceship? From where was video taken?
A rocket. Well, not a rocket a person would be on, but a model rocket, an amateur rocket.
All right. Did you test yourself the windows, if it was curved window or not?
It's a camera mounted on the outside of it. It's not like a rocket with a window.
All right, all right. So how do you know there was no fisheye lens?
In the previous part of the video, demonstrates that the lens is a rectilinear lens.
In the previous one, yeah? Not the same video, yes?
In the same video, but just earlier in the video before the launch, shows the lens that he's using demonstrates what it looks like in real space for a situation where it would be pretty clear if it was a fisheye lens. And
right. Was the video made in one take? Or it was cut and later...
Right, it's a cut video. It took months to build the rocket.
Right, here you go. So you can't use it as a evidence because there is multiple questions to it. So if you choose to
Janus, I'm going to stop you just there for 1 second, because you literally just showed us earlier a video of a guy talking about that the Earth is flat and so on, and you showed us one clip of that video, which was at the end, and that's a cut. So just saying because it's cut or because of that isn't itself a reason why it can be dismissed.
You're correct. You're correct, yes.
Okay.
What's the point of examining any evidence of any kind?
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's place it this way though. Is it possible that he was able to edit, let's say while I was low on the ground, his footage to have it look like it's flat, and when it goes up, it's just showing the true nature of the lens.
The possibility that something like that could happen is enough for you to just blatantly dismiss it. Like the jury's not convinced.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying I'm saying that. I'm just saying so it is possible that it could have been faked, so therefore it's unmissable evidence, though.
Not necessarily, Flats, because in the same logical turn, it's also possible that you can look at doctored imagery and determine if it's been doctored, in the sense that if you have to take footage and manipulate it to show, let's say, a flat curving or whatever the claim is, you would then see some other part of the image be distorted itself to allow for that manipulation. That's what reverse video forensics does. So then if you look at footage and you say, okay, this has been manipulated to make it look flat or curved or whatever, you'd be able to look at the rest of the image to determine telltale signs of what editing took place. For example, you can always see this if you just apply filters that distorts an image. Part of it's going to stretch, for example. You can also look at the color. There's a whole bunch of things you can look at that determine if an image has been faked. So if you can argue the one way that there's a possibility it's fake, you can also argue the other way that there's the possibility that we can tell that it's been faked.
Yeah.
So you'd have to
obviously
meet
there's
both.
ways to figure that out. Yes.
No, have you ever heard of
who is a photographer? He said that there are tools in which you can install multiple lenses, and without touching it, you can choose between them. I don't know. We need to look into it. But if that's the case, so that will be very easy, to show you normal view and then switch to the other lens during, for example, when he's in so-called space. Wouldn't it be? Would be.
Have you ever heard of the phrase motivated reasoning?
Yes. What motivates them? Yes. So, do we agree that some people in purpose deceive other people? Can we agree on that?
Deception happens.
Yes. So we can agree on it. So that's your answer.
Right.
Answer to your question.
I think that you're motivated to find deception when evidence doesn't go your way.
No, because I know that it's what you claim is it's impossible.
Right.
It's impossible.
You believe that
my friend,
that something like that couldn't happen in real life.
My friend.
And so evidence that goes against that belief must be faked in some way, must be lied about in some way. You're motivated to find that fakery, that lie.
Yes, I'm
because
motivated.
It doesn't agree with your world.
I am motivated to expose the lies always. Yes.
You're not looking for truth or real evidence. Like you were asking, hey, I'd like to see evidence. I believe it. I've given you evidence, and you totally turned around on that.
Yes,
you were not being honest when you said that.
We were all
this
looking
evidence.
for...
Please let me finish, okay? Because my friend, I get it. You want to believe in this because I have seen multiple videos with normal lenses, and they were private balloons and private rockets, and they are very, very, very high, and there is no earth curvature. So if someone then says that, oh, I've seen this stuff from this rocket and there's a curve, it's
Can I quote you quick?
Both cannot be true at the same time. It's impossible.
I've seen that too, actually. The balloons, especially the balloons, because of the way the atmosphere works, you're not going to get a balloon to go up much higher than like 120,000 feet or so. So the thing that I'm talking about is like 4 times higher than that. But even at those altitudes with a rectilinear lens, those photos, those videos do show curvature. If you look at them closely and you do a little analysis on it, you do see that there's.
Okay, my friend, so
You
question.
also go up
According
and down,
to you,
up and down.
Okay, go on.
I was just saying, you see, like in a lot of those videos, you see it go like the opposite, like it curves up and then it curves down. It curves up and then it curves down.
Fisheye lens,
That's the fisheye lens. That's the fisheye lens.
Yeah, and the
then,
rectilinear
also,
lenses.
the rectilinear lenses, at the same time, what is your field of view? What do you see in? Do you see in a square or do you see in a circle? Like, as far as like as far as you can see in front of you, if you look straight in front and then you look to the left, you're going to see like an equidistant horizon. But when you're looking straight, it's going to look like the horizon's over to your side, so it's going to like create an artificial curve. But it's just your it's
That
just the lens. It's
that
just,
doesn't
and
happen
even
at sea level.
it
That
does
doesn't happen
at
at
sea
lower
level.
altitudes.
Go out on an island. Like say there was an island in the middle of the ocean that was like 3 feet by 3 feet, and you stood on it, and you just stood there and you looked out straight, and then you turned in a circle. You would say,
Yeah.
"Hey, the Earth is round." That was like that would, but it would not
That's
be.
where that
It
Bible
wouldn't.
verse, the
It
circle of the
wouldn't be a
earth, comes from.
ball. It wouldn't be a ball. It would be a
Right.
circle, not
That's
a ball.
not what I'm saying, though. What I'm saying is you see XY curvature.
My friend S, according to you, how high you have to be to observe Earth curvature?
We were just talking about those balloons at like 100,000,
Right, but what's the
120,000
minimum?
feet. You can see curvature there.
How far?
Before we go on, I was just
120,000 feet. You can see curvature.
Before we go, I just want to say thank you, Flat Out Fudge, for your $2 per share. It says extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. 100% agree. Thank you very much. Appreciate the super chat. You rock, man.
My friend, that's what you
Yes,
claim,
well,
but so-called science claim it has to be around 50,000, and they even now recently moved the height, so it has to be higher. So how
That's
comparing to science?
That's to be horizontal curvature.
You're trying to talk about a different subject. You're trying to avoid the things that we were just talking about, the kinds of evidence that I brought, the kinds of evidence that you brought, both of which point to my conclusion and not your conclusion.
So you just believe those videos, and I seen other videos.
Didn't you claim you viewed a whole bunch of videos just now, Janusz? Like, do you see what I'm trying to say? Is that you're trying to dismiss our pointing to videos with, like, it's the same thing. You can't pick and choose which one you're gonna adhere to. Does that make sense?
Look, this is why I said, how do you know it's physical curve and not just optical based on vision limitations?
You haven't provided an explanation for what kind of limitations would produce that phenomenon.
I already did. I said
You said it would get murky, but murkiness is not curvature.
No, I was just given an example of trying to make it visually. You can visualize in your head to see.
But the conclusion of that example did not point to curvature.
Yes, it does. Because think of a radius value. You have a 360-degree field of view around you, and if you hold your arm in front of you, like this, okay, it's the same distance here and the same distance here, but because your field of view here, this is appearing closer than this side because of that. So therefore, you have that arc due to your limitation of view.
Your left appears closer to you than right in front of you?
Yeah, because you've seen 360 degrees.
Does that make sense to anybody else? Make that make sense. Why are things to your left of you closer than things
Put your
to
arm
right of
out.
you?
Put your arm out. Hold it like directly to.
I'm doing
like
it.
say, put your finger to the horizon.
Yep.
Like, all right, and then turn 90 degrees with your face and your arm, and keep your arm at the same height. The horizon's still going to be at the point of your fingertip. Now, if you turn around and you point your finger at the horizon, it's going to be at the same height relative to your eyesight. Now, if you do that 360 degrees, your finger is going to stay at the same height. Now, to the sides of your finger, it may not appear that those are as high as your finger, but as you turn, it will level out, and you will see that your finger does not drop off to any side.
And
it appears as high as my finger to the left and to the right of it.
Yeah, and that's exactly why when you see like high altitude imagery, as the camera is panning left to right, it still has that point straight ahead at that straight, like he says, with the finger at the horizon. So it doesn't matter how it's going left to right across that horizontal. It always appears to look curved on the left and right away from the radius, but straight in front of the camera, it is straight.
That's not what it looks like at sea level. It looks
Yes,
flat
it does.
at sea level.
That's what it looks like, man. And you can
Even
do
at sea
that. You
level.
can take your
It's
camera and
just
do
not
that.
pronounced as much at sea level.
I'd like to address now D before I forget. All right. You were saying that there are videos which they are showing the curvature and videos which are showing not showing curvature. I know it's physically impossible to have a curvature of the Earth. There's multiple examples. For example, so-called disappearing ship behind the curve and so on. When you zoom in, you see they're not disappearing. So according to mathematics and calculations, they should be behind the curve, but they are not. So it's all BS. So the question is the same to you. So why you disregard those videos, which they are very high, on very high altitude, but show you there is no curve?
Sorry, repeat that last bit again.
Oh, okay, I need to speak slower. All right. I won't be explaining why I think that it's impossible that the Earth is a ball. So you were asking me before about that, why I disregard those videos, which they are supposedly showing Earth curvature, but I only go with the videos which they show there is no curvature. That's why I'm asking you now the same question. So why you disregard those videos which they are showing you there is no curvature, but only keep in mind and support only those videos.
No, I don't disregard them. I take all the evidence, that is all the videos, and I look at the analysis of those videos, and then I look at the subset of the analysis of the videos. If we have thousands of videos and you find 3 that have been analyzed and there's contradictory analysis on those videos, right? Claim to show one thing, and then the majority of the rest
to which one
have
are
an
you referring now?
analysis.
To the globe or to the
Doesn't
flat?
matter. You have video. The video's up high, right? And then you analyze it and you say, does this have a fisheye lens? Does this have a rectilinear lens? What other information do we see when it pans up? When it tilts up? When it tilts down? What happens to what we see? And for me, the reason evidence can be taken into account, or a broad range of evidence can be quote unquote trusted in some sense, is because of the amount of sources that it comes from, the amount of analysis, so that you aren't trusting it just because one person said it or just because one video showed it. There's multiple eyewitness accounts, there's multiple different types of photos based on film and digital from multiple countries, from multiple places. And for me, the body of evidence speaks to the validity of the evidence.
Okay, so I ask you for one thing. Let's disregard all the videos which show supposed Earth curvature and those which show supposed flat. Did you ever observe yourself Earth curvature?
So for me, Earth curvature, everyone talks the whole time about looking left and right, the horizon,
No. Let's get rid of it.
No, I'm answering your question.
Simple question.
Do you want me to answer your question or not? I'm answering your question.
Yes, please.
Everyone goes on about looking left and right in the horizon line and pointing fingers at it and all that. For me, I just think if I'm standing at ground level, I see a certain distance. No zooming in, no cameras, none of this. I see something a certain distance away, right? And that seems to be at the limit of how far I can see with my eyes.
Yeah, horizon.
Then I go up 100 meters, maybe a building, right? And I look as well. And now I see things further away. All right? That tells me that there's something that allows me to see further away. My understanding, having worked with, having done maths and worked with 3D visualization applications and that type of stuff, is that that effect is something you'd get along a curved surface.
How it's possible?
Because on a flat, if you have perfect visibility, right, you'll be able to see things far away. They won't come into view purely because your elevation changes.
Well, let's put this way. If you look through infrared, are you able to see further?
No, it's just the amount of light. You might be able to discern things because it's a different wavelength of light.
Yeah, you see further when you look
No,
through the
you
red,
can discern
infrared
things better because
spectrum.
it's different wavelength of light.
Ah, so that's my point then. That's why everything looks
No,
so
you can't
curved.
see. No, you don't see further. You can discern things better because it's different things of light. Other wavelengths of light won't let you see better.
That's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to say. That's why I said
Yes.
when I spoke about the
Okay.
opacity.
And
So
when you take an infrared camera and you go up in elevation, you'll see further
let's not
purely
even go
because your
up.
elevation has changed.
Let's not even go up. So if you can see better, yes.
No, don't redefine my explanation to you. That is my explanation. That is what
Right.
I see. Only changing elevation allows me to see further.
So
And
lenses do not allow you to show further, to see further.
No, because then we get into a whole debate about the type of lens and the field of view and the type of sensor and if it's analog and if it's this and if it's that. Eliminate all the variables. You
Just
go higher.
simple.
That's it. One variable. Elevation. Done.
That's what I'm trying to bring to you. According to mathematics, all the math, all data provided by NASA, all the globe scientists and so on, according to them, we cannot see when standing, not elevated on the same level. Let's say, I use this argument pretty often, if you are on the shore and let's say your eyesight is on 1.8 meter, you can't see further than 4.79 kilometers because that's the horizon. So people claim that the ship disappears bottom up because Earth curve. If you make calculations, you shouldn't be able to see object which is not higher than 18 meters after 20 kilometers.
What we're talking about now, the
Distance.
geometric details within a specific observation of this Earth.
Not specific.
I'm purely talking. I'm purely talking on if you have a
please let me
flat surface versus a sphere.
My friend, please
right?
let me finish. According to our calculations, all counts on the ball, you will be not able to see it because it has to be, and I say again, it has to be behind a Earth curve. But if you zoom in, you can see it. So where is the curve?
You go up in elevation, you can see further. Simple
I'm
as
not
that.
talking about the elevation. I'm just talking about the simple zoom in.
Zooming is an argument of resolution. I'm talking about you go up in elevation, you see further. Why do you see further? That's all. That's it. Simple. No zooming.
If you live on a sphere, there's a point where you can't see any further. It doesn't matter how high you go. If you're looking at a ball, you don't throw that in there. You just want to forget about that.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, you'd theoretically have to be infinitely far from the ball to have that point, because it's an asymptote. It's not a specific point that you can go to.
Not theoretically. I told you.
It's
20
asymptote.
kilometers standing on the shore, you can't, according to NASA, you can't see object which is not higher than 80 meters.
Again, Janusz, I'm talking purely elevation. I stand, I see a certain amount of stuff around me. I go up in elevation, I see more stuff around me.
Yeah, but
That's correct. That's not my argument, my friend. Perfect.
No, that's not a field of view.
When you are higher,
That's
you can see
your
further.
eyes. You only have a certain field of view. Your field of view is fixed. You go
That's
up in
why when
elevation,
you
see more stuff. Not horizontally, not left and right.
It's
in the
because how
distance.
our eyes are designed. You cannot see further, but that's why when you get lenses, you can see further. That's why I ask again, how it's possible. Please let me finish.
Janusz,
Oh,
my eyes, I'm standing on the ground. I go up in elevation. My eyes haven't changed. I can see further. Not left and right, in the distance.
You've opened up your field of view, so you see
Field
more.
of field of view, you should know, is left and right. How much left and right you can see. I'm talking distance. I'm talking distance. How far away you can see.
You
see
still,
more, further away.
My friend, you're still not addressing the point I am bringing. You're still talking about elevation. I'm talking about the situation.
No, Janusz, you asked me for my explanation for seeing curve. I explained it to you. You're now asking a different question.
Okay, I changed the question. How is possible that you're able to see it standing on the shore? when supposedly you shouldn't be able to see it according to all calculations and all equations? How is possible?
That's an argument of resolution of what you can see, not distance. That's a different question. That's
how resolution
not
can
distance.
affect viewing something which is supposed to be behind the curve? How
You're
resolution?
not viewing something behind the curve. You're just increasing your resolution.
You can't see it, my friend. It's logical impossibility. If it's hidden behind the curve, you will be not able to see it.
That's your claim, but that's not the case. That's a
No.
that's an argument of resolution.
That's not the claim.
Can
that's
we
the
can we
fact, my
take a
friend.
step back? Can you actually answer my answer to your original question, which was I go up in elevation, I see further.
Which is working on both flat and globe. So I don't understand what the issue
not
is.
in the same rate.
The flat floor.
Not
What
in the
about
same
it?
rate.
What about it?
Exactly the same.
Because I can stand in a city near me, I can look in the distance, right? And I live in a pretty flat place, and I do not see a certain building at all. And if I go up, I can start seeing that building is there in the view. I can see.
I am not arguing that you cannot see. I agree with you.
On a flat surface, across looking only on grassland, I would not see that building in the distance if it was flat.
Let's put it this way, debatable. If you raise in elevation, can you see more left to right as well?
Yes, because in not
yes.
no
So
no no no. Let me
field
answer.
of
You're not
view.
letting me
Remember
answer.
that
You're not
radius
letting
I
me
was talking
answer.
about?
You're not letting me
Remember
answer.
that radius? Remember that
You're not
radius I
letting
was
me
talking
answer. You're not letting me answer. If you put your arms left and right as you go up, what is close to you on the left arm and what is close to you on the right arm will remain at the same place. You see more because you see in the distance more with each of those angles along your field of view. The field of view stays the same. So it appears that you're seeing more, but you're actually just seeing in the distance more.
No, it's the same as zooming in or zooming out. Let me just quickly read the super chat.
Your field of view on your eyes is fixed. You don't have different fields of view on your eyes.
My friend,
According
to
thank you
your
very much for your $5 super chat.
according to what you say.
Sorry, Janusz, I just want to read the super chat.
Okay, sorry.
Flat out Fudge, thank you for your $5 super chat. If what he's saying is supposed to be curved, how come we don't see things tilted at further distances? Thank you very much for the super chat, Flat out Fudge. Really appreciate the support, mate. Yeah, we don't see tilting.
The rate of curve. That's a rate of curve thing. If we were living on a smaller planet with a smaller radius, yeah, we'd see that.
But anyway, on a globe the size that we're at, something that's like 70 miles away would only tilt at like 1 degree. That's a pretty far distance to see something changing that much.
Yeah.
Let me just quickly brief something.
So mainly, I make a statement. What you say is that because of the changed resolution, we can see farther, and it's only
I
because.
did not say that. Please don't put words in my mouth. I did not say that.
So please again explain, because for me it sounds like your ability to see further, which is supposed to be behind the curve. It means your eyesight bends to the curve of the
You're not seeing
Earth.
behind the curve. You're just increasing your resolution of what you can see.
But it doesn't matter if you increase or decrease. It doesn't matter, because this object will be hidden behind the curve.
Janusz,
So changing resolutions even 10,000 times, million times won't change it, because the object has to be behind the curve. So
you're saying it has to, but why? Where are you getting that from?
Resolution does not affect it at all.
If you zoom in, you see.
Yes.
That's a resolution change.
Look, if something is hidden behind a tree, if you zoom in, you still can't see it because it obstructs your view. The same with the curve. Curve obstructs your view. It's physically impossible, man. It's impossible. You can't convince anyone.
Yeah,
it's
that's fine.
Impossible.
Because yes, it's behind the curve, right?
Yes. Sorry. It's supposed to be behind the curve.
No,
it's not.
What's supposed to be behind the curve? Now you're injecting new language and a new point into your.
An object, like I said before, for example, mention ship. According to all calculations, all data, provided by NASA, by all globers, all calculations. This object
Let's not
has to
extrapolate
be
to the whole world. Get to your question, please.
has to be behind the curve. If the Earth is a globe, it has to be behind the curve, like 20 kilometers from the shore. Object not higher than 18 meters. It has to be fully behind the curve, according to all calculations. But yet, if you zoom in, you can see it. So changing resolution does not affect it because it's obstructed.
Yes,
Curve
it's
obstructs.
obstructed.
Wait. Curve obstructs the view, so you wouldn't be able to see. The same as someone hides behind a tree, resolution does not make a change.
I don't know why you're doing
because
tree.
it's
That's
hidden.
that's
Just
occlusion.
example, just comparison. Because it's obstructed.
Same thing.
Obstruction. You cannot see it.
Let me answer your question, Janus. Let me answer your question, Janus. There's a wind farm 20 kilometers away, not even actually, from a place where I work. Right? At ground level, I can't see any of it. I go up to the floor I work, I can see it. Cool. It was obstructed at ground level. I changed my elevation, I can see it.
How do you know there is no elevation like a small mountains between you? How do you know it? It's perfectly flat.
I live where it's pretty flat, Janusz.
Pretty flat.
Yeah,
but
it's pretty flat, Janusz.
Play in the Platalander.
Also, I can do the same thing at the ocean. I can do it on ground and at the ocean and observe the same phenomena. So for me, you can disagree all you want, it's fine. But for me, changing elevation, I see further. I can see things that I
don't
see
agree.
And
I'm
on a
not
plane,
contesting that,
mathematically on a plane, that would
my
not
friend,
work.
I'm not contesting that. I'm saying that for the 10th time. Of course, when you go higher, you can see further. You are bringing all the time this argument as are debunking me. It's not because I agree with you. So I don't know why
And
you're
I'm
still
saying
pointing on
that's
it.
cause of curve. Simple as that.
Okay, and you see this, what I got on screen here? This is from Will Duffy's drone footage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the one was on the ground, and the other one was just higher up,
Mm-hmm.
the elevation. Do you see, you can see more left to right, the one that's higher?
You cannot see more left to right. No, your
Yes,
field
you
of view is
can.
the same. Your field of view is the
No,
same.
you can see more.
Flats.
See more.
Put your mouse on the top image.
Look, I'll even put a line between the pieces.
It's fine. Right there with the line, you see a tiny rectangle that is the base of the one mountain peak. And you look at the bottom, you see that same rectangle, the same distance on the left and the right of your center point. That means your
You
field of
can
view is
see
the
more.
same.
What
That
I'm
thing,
saying is,
the
look
thing where
here.
your cursor is right now is as far left from the center of the camera as it is from the back. That is not what you're highlighting now is distance. Is other words from one thing to another thing further away, not one thing left or right from another thing. Those are two different concepts.
The thing
Field of
is,
view is the
look what I'm.
left and right.
Listen, what I can see is more of this peak because you have risen up.
Yes,
You
that's
understand?
further away from you. That's not field of view. Field of view is the
Still
angle that you
part
can
of your
see
field
from
of view.
left. That's not field of view.
Still
Field of
part
view
of
is the
field of view.
angle you can
Field
see.
of view is what you can see.
No.
That's what field of view is. So
Exactly.
this whole screen
Field of
is
view.
field of view. This whole screen is field of view.
You
Everything
can
that's
argue with everything.
visible in this 180 from left to right, front to back is field of view. It's what's in your field of view. In other words, that's what it literally is. It's what you see.
No, the horizontal, the field of view is not what you see. The field of view is the angle of your view from center. You have a horizontal and a vertical field of view that's used in photography and gaming and video.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the angle of which you can see
I
of
think you also
360 degrees around you.
I think you're also conflating depth of field with field of view.
Depth of field is just the focal point that you use.
Yes, which is based on an infinite plane in the field of view.
No, it's based on
But
wherever
please read it.
your
I just got for him definition because I have enough of it,
Where is it? Okay. Field of view is the extent of the observable world that is seen at the given time, either through someone's eyes on a display screen or through the viewfinder on a camera. Field of view, FOV, also describes the angles through which one can see that observable world. Exactly.
Angles through one can see the observable world. If
Yes,
I
which
look
you
left
see.
and right and I see 60% around me, my field of view, horizontal field of view, is 60 degrees. Not 60. If I can see 60 degrees around me, then my field of view is 60 degrees. And you have the same thing for your vertical. It has nothing to do with what you're looking at, whether it's close or far.
It's got everything to do with
Purely,
what you're looking
no,
at.
it is purely,
Literally what you
My
read.
friend,
you
60% is not true.
not
If you
60%,
just
60 degrees.
looks,
It can be.
no,
I'm not saying we see 60 degrees. You're focusing on the details. Why do you give me an example and I must listen to it, but I give you an example and then you labor on those details?
it's not
You
detailed.
determine horror.
60% is not what we see. Is we see more.
I didn't.
You can check it yourself
Sorry.
now and tell me I'm lying. Look in one point in front of you.
You're
Then,
not you did not
do
even
not turn
listen to this.
your head and look on the left and look on the right and tell me you can only see.
Janusz, you didn't listen to the very last sentence I said. I said, you're laboring on a point that the 60 degrees doesn't matter. I don't know what our friggin' field of view is. All I know is if you turn around, you can have 360 degrees around you. That is how you define when you turn around from one point to starting point, 360 degrees. The amount of that which you can see at any one point is your field of view. And you do the same thing for your vertical. That's your field of view. No matter how far things are, no matter other details, that is what a field of view is. And if you go up in elevation, your field of view stays the same. Maybe you see more, sure, but that's a different mechanism now. That is not your field of view.
It is field of view because it's exactly what you can see. Like in
If
definition.
you're talking in colloquial
All right,
definition of how much can I
I
see?
have enough.
No, Janusz, if you're talking in colloquial speech of how much can I see, sure, that's field of view, but that's not the same as the definition of what a field of view is for a camera. Those are two different definitions of field of view.
No.
I don't know how that's a but okay.
I just provided you definition, official definition.
You provided me two. Janusz, let's read it together. Let's read it together.
I got
Definition.
one for you.
If we
Read
read
what
this,
the
I can see
definition of
two
movement is, and then
definitions
tell
that
me the
you provided
horizon
here.
isn't.
I can't hear you. Sorry, your mic is very, very muddy.
Say it again. He didn't hear you.
So the first part says, field of view is the extent of the observable world that is seen at a given time through someone's eyes. That's a colloquial definition. How much can you see? Within on a screen, for example, I agree with you that if we're talking colloquially, we can see more. Yes, we can see more. But the second part of that says, field of view also describes, also as in another definition, also describes the angle through which one can see the observable world. And in this case, the angle that is defined on the field of view of this camera is the same.
Okay, so I'm showing on screen quickly. I've cut out the bottom part and I've just overlaid it. Can you see that it's, to get it overlaid, it literally has to be more to the left. You see that? You have this peak showing.
That's fine. You can
So
see
that
more
means
of
you
the
see
world.
more.
You've gone
you
up
see
in
more left
elevation.
and right then.
That was his point.
Not left and right. No,
There we
not
go.
left and right.
Literally overlaid more to the left, just to get the peak lined up. You see, peak is lined up.
That's your
Peak is lined
evidence,
up.
and you still say no.
What about the
I'm
right side?
literally
Do the
showing
same for the,
you
do
that
the
I
same for
No,
the
my
right
friend.
side.
It's not what about.
Let's
It's
do the same.
what about we see now. No, my friend. I will keep your feet to the fire.
Look at
It's
that.
not about the what about. No, it's not about this. It's
There
about
is
what we
more
can see now
distance.
on the screen.
No,
There's more distance showing.
I'm taking issue in the analysis. Do the same analysis on the right-hand side of the picture, please. You need to eliminate variables. Maybe the camera was slightly to the left. Maybe the camera, you need to eliminate those variables as well.
Okay, let's see. What's its angle and pitch? Pitch is 2 degrees and 1 degree, so that's fine. That's just over the vertical. The roll, okay, the roll is 2 degrees, so it could just be that off. There we go. So you were right there. Well, it says 2 degrees, but it looks the same.
On the right hand side, but left is wider, so it means you can see more. So if the right is the same but left is bigger, it means
Right is exactly
you
the
can see
same as
more. That was his point. He just provided evidence for that.
Why aren't
Yeah,
you
so
doing
it's
why
wider.
aren't you doing your overlay
Wider.
trick now this time? Why did you do the overlay trick just now but not now?
I'm going to do it
Why
now.
are we changing the method of analysis?
Just looking through the information. That's all I'm doing.
Okay, that's fine.
For me, looks like a match.
There we go. Look, it's also moved.
Yep.
Look, I have to,
Yep.
I have to move like
Which
this.
way did
There
it
we go.
move? Left or right?
Left. That's why I said that's pitch. Remember? Look.
Yeah. So just follow my
I
logic.
mean, look. This is why I said you were right, because
Yeah.
roll. See, the top here is 1 degree. The other one is 2 degrees, which I didn't see earlier.
So to not get heated and all that, like all I'm saying
Mhm.
is I
Yeah,
understand
roll.
what you're saying is that in the distance you can see more, right?
Mhm.
So if we colloquially just everyday language talking to each other about field of view, because you're seeing more of the field. I get it. You're seeing more, right? My explanation for that is you're seeing more due to the curve, but regardless of that. The only reason I'm pointing out the FOV is because I've seen on your channel a lot of times talking about FOV, and I feel that a lot of times you're interchanging this definition of field of view, in other words, the fixed field of view of the camera and the fixed field of view of eyesight, and field of view as the expression of being able to see more. And those are distinctly different things. And I think that's maybe a correction that you can maybe take home, I guess.
Just want to quickly do something. I'm going to get where it shows exactly the same pitch, same roll on different elevations. I think that's the best thing to do, because I took screenshots where the roll was different. Oh man, now what did I do there?
Would the role not just be? Oh, I get why you want to maybe.
Yeah, the roll was just. So I want to see if I can get where the roll is exactly the same. But I like having this conversation, man. I think it's good to have these type of conversations. Okay. Now it has to get lower. You guys can talk, by the way.
We are listening what you're doing.
Oh, sorry. I'm just trying to get the different.
I just have to give a 5-minute warning because I have to head out soon.
No stress. This is getting late anyway.
What do you want to try to do anyway now? You bring overlay pictures or something?
Yes.
Oh, right.
Good enough, because where we get the roll and pitch exactly the same.
What was the difference in the distance to the mountain? Was mentioned?
Sorry?
What was the difference in the distance to the mountain in those two pictures?
I don't know, but I got 3 up now.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. Let's see if we can get a reference point to something.
But if are three the same, the same distance, so we won't see anything different. To be honest, it has to be different distance to the mountain.
Let's see. Tools.
If it's the same distance, we will see exactly the same everything. So that will just provide evidence of the same picture. That's it. But if it's different distance, yeah, then we can play with it.
Okay, let's see. We have to get the same. No, it's not the same. Look.
Yep.
But as much as it is to the left, it's to the right. So it could just be that the camera was a bit tall.
Okay, just in different position a bit.
Yeah.
Right.
I'll have to get different drone footage. It's difficult if it doesn't
Yeah.
keep it exactly the same. You know what I mean?
It has to be different distance, like not even 100 meters, maybe. Like, 100, I think, would be enough. But let's say it would be half kilometer. So then it would be big difference.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, LJ, for your super chat. He says, "What would convince you we're not on a ball?" Debatable, or S?
A photograph.
Photograph of?
More than we should see. Something that has that looks like the AE map.
You do know it's kind of impossible to expect to see a whole flat Earth.
It's way too big.
Just like, yeah, it's a bit too big. Oh, there we go.
Why?
But we
have
do have
a globe.
observations. But we do have observations, though, where show it doesn't fit the geometry of the globe.
What do you mean?
There's a lot of observations that show the geometry of the globe doesn't work because the
Like
claimed
what?
radius value is just won't work for that observation. That's why you guys come up with something like super refraction just to make up for the missing curve.
Sure. Refraction sometimes happens. That's true.
Yeah, I've heard this. Okay, I give you one example. Railgun hit record distance in 2024. It's 35 miles, 56 kilometers. How it's possible that the military-grade railgun can hit target with pinpoint accuracy? Is laser bending to the curve of the Earth?
Light does bend. That's something that happens.
I would just have to say citation, please,
That
to
could
read
happen,
up. I
right.
can't answer something like that on the spot.
I just have no reply to it, man. Flat. I just can't.
Sorry?
I just don't have reply to it. You know, basic laws of logic are dead now.
What?
Yeah, it makes it difficult. Let's see.
Reply to what, Janusz?
Your reply was yes, light can bend. So
That was
you are
not my
saying that
reply. I
the
asked for a citation because it's not something I can evaluate now on the spot.
Okay, let me find it.
Why couldn't we see like a whole thing that looks like the AE projection? Why wouldn't we be able to get a photograph of that? How high would you need to go to get there? Couldn't be too high, right?
No idea. No, you should have to get very high to get that.
Shouldn't be more than.
But you have to understand when it comes to the flat Earth, though, you have limitations like the dome, probably. I want to see what's the furthest distance they can shoot with a railgun.
No, railgun's just ballistic, so how far railgun shoots, for me at least, wouldn't say much either one way or the other.
Well, that's the thing. If the railgun shoots, let's say, 100 miles, it can only shoot a straight line. That means
No, it's ballistics.
No,
it
it's
follows
ballistic.
an arc.
Yeah.
Because it's susceptible to gravity.
Okay, yeah. Well, no, gravity's not a force. You see, that's where we have a bit of an issue though, because we don't live in gravity where you guys do.
Have you ever
And
kicked a soccer ball? Do you call it
yes,
soccer there? Yeah.
yes,
You know how it like it arcs up and then it arcs back down?
and I can make it. I
Yeah,
can make it.
railgun, ballistics, whatever you want to call it, fall under the same sort of
Yeah,
principle.
but
Yeah. Let's just say let's not get into a gravity argument. Let's just say
Mhm.
Newton's laws of motion apply to both of them, and so like for me, it wouldn't be any question or answer about the shape of the Earth in any way. You could go and do an analysis on it and talk about if it was flat, you'd shoot this far on this angle. If it was round, you'd shoot this far on this angle. But the fact that it can shoot far doesn't say much.
Well, the record for the rail shot furthest is 370 kilometers.
Okay.
Cool.
Like we said, that doesn't mean
awesome.
anything.
That's awesome.
Quite far though.
Yep.
So did it bend to the curve of the Earth?
Have you ever heard of an intercontinental ballistic missile?
Yes.
ICBM.
It goes up
They
and
can-
it comes down.
They shoot even further. I mean, we got stuff in orbit.
They are
That's
not following.
infinitely far.
But they are not following the straight line. They are bending in the air. Let's say.
My argument,
parabol.
Janusz, is if it was flat, you would say 370 kilometers, and you'd go, "Oh, that's awesome. We shot a thing 370 kilometers on a flat plane." And if it was a curve, you'd say, "Oh, that's awesome. We shot something 370 kilometers on a curved surface." It doesn't answer it either way. It doesn't mean anything other than it's really cool that they shot a piece of metal 370 kilometers away.
See, at the end of the day, that's what I said, it just comes down to a person's belief system, because we're both going to see it one way. We see it as, okay, it means it's flat because it's not following any curve. You guys say,
But I
okay,
have provided video, only 6 minutes.
gravity causes it to curve.
It's laser. It's not railgun.
Yeah,
So laser is light. It's not railgun. So right.
Yeah, respectfully, Flats, I don't see it that way, but I mean that's another more, I guess, philosophical point to debate on. But
yeah, we agree to disagree. Let's put it that way.
Hello, everyone. A few weeks ago, I shared a laser test that I conducted with Robert of FE Core that was at a distance of 21 miles. Look at the footage. That opposite shore is 21 miles away from my camera. My camera was only 5 feet above the water. Belying the globe model, which we were all brainwashed to believe in, you can see all of the way to the opposite shore. Nothing is hidden by the imaginary curvature. There is no Earth obstruction. There is no Earth bulge. And if there is no Earth curvature there, then there cannot be any curvature anywhere. Without question, this is a clear, non-distorted line of sight from my camera to the other side of the Great Salt Lake. This fact is even clearer when you see the laser 21 miles away. Robert's laser was only 5 feet off of the water. At that height, I would have had to have been at a height of 223 feet to see it. Not only that, you can see the reflection of the laser on the water. Do you really believe that this laser and its reflection perfectly arced over the curvature and are actually mirages tricking us into believing in the flat Earth? That the giant Earth bulge just disappeared without a trace? And this magical disappearance act happened without distorting the long-distance image? How much illogical nonsense do you have to believe in to maintain your globe indoctrination? I love that 21-mile laser test because there is no mistake about it. They lied to all of us big time. The Earth is provably flat. But today, I just wanted to share another recent test, which is also fantastic. This one was conducted by our Muslim friends at the Sea of Galilee again, nearly 7,000 miles away from my test in Utah. I'll have a link to their channel in the description. Guess what? It's flat over there too. These are the same gentlemen that showed a mirror reflection at 11.5 miles across the Sea of Galilee. That was a great proof, and I'll have a link to my summary video on that as well. This time, they used a laser instead of a mirror at a distance of 11.5 miles, and the flat Earth evidence here is overwhelming. The reflection of the laser on the water unequivocally demonstrates that there is no Earth curvature present. In this segment, the laser is at 3 feet above the water. At 11.5 miles, you'd have to be 59 feet high to see the source of the laser under the globe, but the camera that's filming at this point was about 11.5 feet off of the water. They actually do drop the camera to 1.6 feet to film the laser 11.5 miles away at 5 inches above the water, and the source of the laser was still visible. But I like this part of the video. Obviously, you can see the source of the laser. But more importantly, look at the reflection. That reflection is not on a convex mirror. That water is flat. There is no question about it. You can't have that type of reflection on a convex surface. I just think that looks incredible, and I don't know how anyone can reasonably doubt the flat Earth truth here. Here is what the laser looked like at 5 inches off of the water, and the camera at 1.6 feet. At 5 inches, the camera would have to be a minimum height of 77 feet off of the water to see the source of the laser under the globe. Obviously, the globe fails again. Awesome work, brothers.
My video, I can't find anyone. I don't know if you have it, Janusz. I think it was Portuguese guys, where they did radio wave signals.
I have it somewhere on my channel, but
Distance, where they could ping from one, because that's also line of sight.
do you remember title? Maybe.
I can't remember. It was a
Find by
Portuguese
keyword.
guy.
I have this one as well. Yeah.
That to me was a killer because nobody can claim refraction for radio waves.
Yep.
And that was a
This is
very
actually already, you know. So you just can't provide any evidence. Refraction? No, you cannot have freaking user refraction in this case. It's just like it's mind blowing for me. Why people still deny it? It's beyond my comprehension. How people can do that? But do not lie. People do lie. Yeah, Doctor.
I really hope I can go to Bloemfontein, Cape Town sometime again, so I can do an observation. When I just became a flat earther, I did an observation, but I lost the footage where I was lying on my stomach.
Okay, guys. Quick question: how you can debunk it now? Then.
Anyway, and I was lying on my stomach at Bloemfontein, and I was looking at Robben Island. Literally on my flat belly, which is impossible, and it was like 12 kilometers away, and I could see the sand, everything, which would be like 2 meters below sea level.
Guys, bring the best guns now and debunk this video. Please, make me a favor.
Like I said before, I can't debunk it on the spot. I'd have to defer to other people who've looked at that video and provided analysis.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate your honesty about that, debater.
Well, I mean, I either I haven't. I mean, I've seen the video before, but I can only defer to what I know and understand and what I've done before. But that's not a direct analysis on the video. I've seen other people do analysis on the video, and so then becomes a trust factor of them and their analysis and understanding of, say, the maths and the perception and potential misunderstanding of math that could be happening. Like, you know, so
Yeah.
I couldn't venture right now in this moment to debunk anything.
No stress. Understand. But I appreciate you coming in, man. It'd be great to have a conversation with you again sometime.
Yeah, thank you for being cordial, not screaming and so on. Yeah, thanks.
My main thing, just as a reference, is like it's usually to try and like I find a lot of stuff cool, and so my main thing is to like look at that stuff, you know, like when you were talking before about Unreal Engine, you know, for faking things, for example, or when you spoke about like when I was talking about the SI units or that type of stuff, like that type of stuff interests me, and I'm happy to talk about all those things for days on end, you know. And sometimes certain topics or debunks or proofs of things, if you can't, how can I say, you either have to know about it yourself, or you have to defer to someone who knows about it, or at least a body of evidence or a body of analysis about it, and that's what you kind of gotta go with. So,
My friend, I prefer to trust my own senses, my own observation, and I really do not trust other people. Even if I see the video which supports my claims, I really do not trust them. I prefer to trust myself and what I observe myself.
Look, Yanush, that's fine. You're welcome to do that. I just don't think that our own senses are trustable in themselves, and you need methodologies, mechanisms, tools to help you understand that. And I would like to be positive about the world, to not be in such a place where I cannot even place any trust on anyone, let alone trust on a body or a group in as objective a fashion as I can or could possibly. So up to you to feel that way, but I can't say that I would.
You have to look into those bodies who are supposedly all-knowing and so on. You have to look who they are,
one
who
claims
is
they're
sponsoring
all-knowing.
them, and what's their agenda, and what they stand for. You have to
But
really,
now we're getting into esoteric.
not esoteric,
nature behind.
conspiracy reality.
Well,
okay.
What's your motivation?
My motivation? I'm standing for truth, and I'm exposing
You don't
everyone.
have a bias at all?
Of course, I have bias for truth, 100%.
So we need to take that into account when we're considering your analysis as well.
Yep, that is true.
Because I'm looking for 4 decades, more than 4 decades into this crap. I know who they are. I know what they represent. I know what their goal is. And
what's your falsifying mechanism?
What?
Your falsifying mechanism. How do you know you haven't just convinced yourself of something?
Do you have Holy Spirit, my friend? Are you filled with the Holy Spirit?
That's not a topic I really like to talk about.
All right. So that's my falsifying mechanism, as you.
You know, it's the Holy Spirit and not you convincing yourself of something.
I will tell you one thing. I do not assume. I do not suspect. I do not predict. I know.
What does it look like when the Holy
Belief
Spirit
is the enemy
falsifies
of
something that
knowledge.
you think? When you think that you found something or you believe something, and then the Holy Spirit falsifies that for you, what does that look like?
Holy Spirit cannot falsify anything for me. Is the real
So
truth.
that's not a falsifying mechanism for you then.
I said, as you have said. I use it as a counter argument.
I'm muted the whole time. I'm talking.
Good one. What? Good one.
Saying
Good
the
one.
Holy Spirit will convict him if he has a bias. So the Holy Spirit will convict him and say, "Hey, listen now, you got a bias towards this," and he'll know.
Yeah,
If
it
he
would guide
has
me. I will know
conviction,
it.
then he knows he's in the wrong.
So what does that look like in the material world?
Your actions are material, but the conviction is spiritual.
It comes above me. It's not coming
It
from my own
kind of
ego.
sounds like you're describing like a feeling.
Yeah, it's
Kind
based
of.
on feeling.
It's imposed feeling on you.
Let's say if you get a feeling that you know you shouldn't have done something, you feel that conviction. It's like, oh, I know I shouldn't have done that, and you feel bad about it. Think of it in that kind of way.
For example, you're going to shop and you wanna really badly something sweet to eat, and you see no one is watching, and there is chocolate, for example. I know I shouldn't take it, but I take it. So that's how it works. So you know you shouldn't, but you take it.
Well, what happens sometimes is you get a cavity or you get fat. Those are the material consequences to those sorts of actions. You have
Not
something
only,
like
you can go
that
to jail, for
for the Holy
example.
Spirit.
You can go to jail, for example. So you know you shouldn't be doing that, but you do that anyway. I'm not doing if I feel I shouldn't be doing that, and I'm convinced because of higher power what the truth is. So that's what the truth is.
Like Jeremy Clarkson says, and on that bombshell, I bid you good night.
Thank you for coming, dude.
Good night. It was nice talking to you.
Have a great evening further. It was a nice discussion.
I'm gonna go sleep now. I'm tired and it's super late.
Yeah. Oh, we're getting to what, 20 past 12?
But finally, Globbers came to discuss. I really bow to you guys. You had the balls and straight the backbone to support your claims and speaking openly. Not a lot of you, not a lot of people like you are there, and I bow to you because of it.
That we'll see how I feel in the morning about it. Just joking. Anyway, I'm out. Cheers, guys.
Thanks, man. Thanks for coming, man. Bye. Yeah. So.
I'm just dumbfounded, you know. Just like for me, today, laws of logic just died. They cannot, but they did. I don't know. I don't get it. I just don't.
It's difficult though because that's a lie, like you're saying. We can show things, but like what I'm saying, if you have a bias towards it,
Yeah, you just can't change it.
Automatically not gonna accept it, you know, that kind of way.
And I like this explanation. Oh, I have looked into it, how people look into it, what they think about it, and so on. Evidence is in front of your eyes. Just look into it yourself. Don't trust what other people say about it. Check it yourself. That's the best way always. Don't base your opinion on other people's feelings and opinions. Check it by yourself. That's the best way always. Do this observation yourself. That's the best way. That's what I did exactly in the Holt in Ireland. I still could see my friend on the small ponton. Yeah, so it was for me pure and clear evidence of my claims, supporting my claims and confirming my claims.
If there was a question about the area underneath a curve and
What curve?
sorry, if there was a question about like just on a graph and somebody said find the area under the curve. Now there's a mathematical formula to do it. I don't know that formula, and I could even go look it up and try to do it myself, but there's going to be a good chance I get that wrong. Now if a math professor or somebody who an engineer who does that sort of math all the time, they do that calculation
You're
and they
talking
come
about
up with a
sorry,
different answer
I
than
wanna
me. Should I
interrupt you.
trust myself or should I trust the person who did that?
You're talking about the derivative. You can do it yourself. There
Yes,
is the
I
easy
could,
calculation.
but if I get a different answer than a math professor, what should I do with that? Should I just go with myself because I'm the one who did it, or should I take somebody who knows what they're doing?
No, you should check the professor if he was correct on his calculations. Because even if it's professor, you cannot trust him blindly because we are men and women and we're human and we do mistakes. We make mistakes. So maybe he did
But I
mistake.
could make a mistake in my check.
Of course. That's why you double check yourself and double check the person, another one who is making a claim. That's what you do.
How am I supposed to check them if I got a different answer than they did?
Because you check yourself and then you ask another guy to check your calculations. You can even ask the
Okay, we
same
could
guy.
call another. That's fine. We could call another. Let's go to a different university, get a different math professor. Those two math professors got the same answer, and I got a different answer. Should I trust myself or should I trust other people?
If they have the same answer, probably you should trust them.
Okay. Now let's apply this analogy to the discussion that we've been having.
Man, you have to take into consideration that because they are in this field of so-called science, their livelihood depends on it. And I'm serious. Their livelihood depends on it. You will not get grants in so-called science if you do not provide a specific outcome. You will not.
You have to
No,
also
no, no,
understand
no.
most
That's
of
not true at all.
academia today has to fall under the known physics of today.
So what about the derivative under the curve then? Don't the professors just have to give you a certain answer, or else they'll be laughed out of academia? How do I know that I didn't get the correct answer, and that's actually the real way you should do it? And every other math professor in the whole world, for all of time, has just been secretly not doing it correctly because they won't get funding if they don't.
But it's question what if?
But wait.
I mean, come
are
on,
you
that's
questioning?
not invalid reasoning
Well,
here, is it?
let's say, are you questioning like 8 inches per mile squared or something?
Sure, yeah, something like that.
So you don't agree with it because it just creates a parabola.
So is there 8 inches?
I know. No, I'm using the area under the curve because that's a math equation I don't know how to do. That's simply an example. I'm not trying to use that as a direct analogy, just as a general analogy about mathematics and the institutional
I
knowledge.
need to go to the secondary school to remember the freaking equation for that,
Because-
or look for it, because I can't remember how to calculate it, to be honest.
I think it was Icon Science that took all the different derivatives and stuff and took all the different equations and stuff to see which one was most accurate with the geometry of the globe. And 8 inches per mile squared was one of the most accurate ones, up to 1,000 miles.
And main science agrees with it. So
Yes,
I strongly agree with it as well.
Yes. So when we take it and say, okay, this is the claim and the most claimed accurate maths for the geometry of the globe, and we say, but look, yeah, these observations show that this math is wrong. You either have a different radius value, or maybe it's not curved at all.
Yes.
That would be the logical deduction.
Or maybe you measured it wrong.
Based on observation.
Or maybe you did a poor measurement.
How do you do a poor measurement when you have literal distances and observation?
Exactly, provided by the official data.
Simply not having a good technique.
How do you have? Okay, let's say you look for the telescope.
How is it? How does it? How is it
Okay,
possible
my friend,
to
you
have
trust
bad
in
technique?
so-called authority. We can clearly say it, and you can confirm it, definitely. Authority, they know what they're doing. All right, they provide for you distances between two places. So you trust them or you don't trust them? That's the question for you, my friend. Okay, you trust them. So according to the distances they have provided, according to calculation related to the 8 inches drop per mile square, you should not be able to see it, but yet during observation you can see it. So where is the issue then? What you question? Because that doesn't square. Both cannot be right, my friend.
Maybe your technique is wrong. Maybe your height is
No.
wrong. Maybe you think you're looking at something that you're not
When you check
actually
it,
looking at. Or maybe there's a little bit of refraction going on.
or maybe someone is looking for the answer which will support his system of beliefs. Is it possible? Is it possible?
Oh, you're
All
definitely
right,
doing
right.
that, yeah.
You're not doing that, yes?
No,
Right.
I'm willing to.
Man. So
No.
the rules for
Yeah,
thee, but not for me, yes?
sure. Maybe I am, but I'm also
My
willing
friend,
to admit when.
the rules for thee, but not for me. Gotcha, man. You cooked. Sorry about that.
I mean, my explanations have been founded out. That those sorts of explanations for
My
those
friend,
sorts
you
of
cannot defend this statement now. Sorry, you just can't. The rules for thee,
those
but
are
not
the
for
things
me.
that happen. I mean, those are just simply the things that do happen in real life.
Sorry, I just can't.
Well, you see, the
I mean,
thing
you're the
is,
one
how
who's.
I don't know. You see, the thing I see logical deduction. If someone's honest with it, if you got a claim of a certain thing and then you have an observation that shows against that, you at least have to question, think, maybe I'm wrong with my belief system. So that's exactly what us as flat earthers have done, because we've taken this claim of the supposed geometry and we've looked at, but okay, this observation doesn't suit us. That observation doesn't suit us. So you have to come to a logical deduction of someone's wrong, but based on observation, that claim is wrong. So therefore, that claim, the claim that it's a
No.
globe is falsified.
What I'm saying is that claim is not wrong based off of that observation. There are other explanations. Usually it's you've got the distance wrong, you've got your height wrong, you're looking at something that you're not
Okay,
actually looking
so
at. Those are
all of
what
those
actually
guys.
happens. Those are
Okay,
what
of course.
the reason for those quote unquote wrong observations are.
You're correct. I agree with you. It can happen, but it happened in each of thousands of so-called observations with the evidence what they were doing. In each case, do you believe that? Are you honest? In each case, it happened.
I mean, they're all
There was
being
always
measured on the
an
same
issue.
object. That object has been measured to be the size that it is.
That even doesn't matter if it's the same object. If it's even the same, so they were always doing the same mistake, every single one of them. That's
sometimes
impossible,
they're doing
my
different
friend.
mistakes.
It's impossible that all people will do the same mistakes. It's they don't know each other.
Well,
It's
they've got
physically
motivated
impossible.
reasoning. They want those mistakes to be there because it confirms their worldview.
My friend, I was a glober like you before. I'm not any longer. You have to be honest with yourself. Look, you can lie to other people. I can lie to other people. But lying to yourself is really stupid. That's my perspective. We can try, we do that to other people. But not being honest with yourself is not the way to go.
I wish I can find that video of that line of sight radio wave.
You know what? Let me look into it. I maybe I find it. Maybe I have with the radio title. I just can't remember. You know, I have so many videos on my channel.
Yeah.
So
Because you see, the thing what I've really realized, especially with this whole arena where we talk to the globers and stuff, when an observation gets presented, there's usually a God of the gaps type of argument. And this is why we get so much different types of refraction these days, because they need to create a glue to fit the observation because it shows the paradigm wrong. So do you think refraction
works?
Do you think refraction lifts things up, or does it?
Refraction causes light to bend.
Yeah, but does it bend it upwards or downwards?
It can do both. If there's a denser medium below, then the light will go towards it and bend down. If there's a denser medium above, then the light will bend upwards. That's why you see the sky on the ground when the when the ground is really hot.
It's a very important question. Very important question. So can can it bend it up and down at the same time no matter of this is the same object?
Yes.
Explain how.
What, like and flip it upside down or something?
Yeah, it's bending up and bending down. Explain how it's possible in a matter of the same object. It will happen simultaneously. The refraction will be going up and down. Please explain.
Look up look up the explanation yourself. You've been doing this for 40 years. You don't know the answer to that?
No. He's asking you because he wants you to let you
My
realize
friend,
what.
don't be triggered. I'll ask you a simple question.
No, you did not ask a simple question.
Just want to hear explanation or what you have said. So please explain.
I don't know if you've seen the demonstrations of from Skyfree where when they bring in refraction, it causes the curve to appear.
My friend, please don't be mad at me. I'm just asking questions. So I just would like to hear your answer, your explanation.
For why things could bend up or
You said that you confirmed that if I'm correct, if I heard correctly, you said that they can refract upwards and downwards at the same time, the same object.
I didn't say that. You said that.
Okay, so can they do that at the same time?
I'm not sure.
Okay, I
Maybe.
just want to point out, okay, this is what I was talking about. Can you see it looks like it's going over a curve here?
A little bit. Not really, but sure.
What if I told you that's a flat floor?
I'd believe you.
Cool. And this is exactly why we're saying, how do you know that curve you see when you go in the high altitude balloon or whatever is really curved? It could just be optical.
Because I'm talking about left to right curvature.
Yeah. If you go higher, you'll get left to right as well. But the point is, it's all optical. And look what happens when they're going to put refraction. You see what happened? It took it away, and now it went behind the curve. You would agree that this wasn't physical curve. It's just an optical illusion. You agree?
Vlad, do you have video? I have it somewhere on my channel, but I can't remember the title. When the door, there are coins on the table, and the door are closed, and when the door are open and fresh air is introduced, it creates all kind of this distortion, and you can't see any longer those coins on the table.
I'll have to try find it.
Yeah, I can't remember the title. That's pretty good video.
Mm-hmm. I think it was on my channel with Bearded Dragon. Miss that guy. Shame. Eurobus. When I was like, my channel was still in its infancy, practically. That was the guy that I was mostly engaging with on refraction and perspective and stuff. And every time he tried to debunk me, he would make a demonstration making my point exactly valid. It was funny. Let's see. You know it's late when you're getting hungry for the next day. Ooh, my stomach is calling for food.
I'm trying to find this video with those coins in the door, but I freaking can't find it. I
Stress.
have to make a, like a link to this kind of videos. I just put in the file, with the description, because it's just sometimes I need them and I freaking can't find it. And I know I have it.
Yeah. Okay, while you're doing that,
Definitely too many videos on my channel, That's the problem.
While you're looking, we can watch this video.
All right.
That stuff is flat.
Post production edit. I want to ask you guys, the flat earthers, did you notice that in Flatzoid's video responding to the video I did on the ledge, did you notice he didn't mention optical drop? Kind of weird, right? He made no mention of occultation actually doing anything. It didn't do any of the things. He didn't actually address the fact that you guys saw none of that.
Okay, in the previous picture I showed you how it was rising relative to eye level. Now I'm showing you how it's sinking relative to eye level. You see the convergence? The top line is the much larger field of view taken from the car. Then it gets smaller in the distance and it seems to be sinking. Now you're seeing as something changes in its angular size, it's not just how you would see it as what you call two-dimensional. It actually has a width to it. It is elevation dependent and it is distance dependent. The whole thing itself gets smaller. Now the problem you seem to have is you forget that surface it's on would have a larger angle closer to the observer than the furthest part of it, because that floor is also going and changing angular size with distance. That's why it gives the appearance of rising to eye level. Okay? Just perspective alone debunks your globe, because you guys need things to go downwards, not bulge upwards. So I will post a question to you that SE Montreal likes asking. Shout out SE. Is your curve a hump or a drop? Maybe sit back and think of that for a while. Is your earth curve hump or drop? And is it still physical? Or is it just optical, as it's been demonstrated throughout all Bearded Devil's demonstrations? Well, I don't think I need to be more clear on what he's showing. This picture demonstrates it rising relative to eye level, and it's demonstrated sinking downwards. So optical drop confirmed, limited angle due to him reaching the slope on this one. If it was on an actual level horizontal surface with no slope, the distance would just have to be pushed out much further for the effect to take part into effect. So thank you everybody for watching. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the ramblings of a glober. Thank you. God bless and enjoy living on the stationary horizontal plane.
Right? You didn't see optical drop. You didn't see any of the vehicle become occulted.
Any of the vehicle become occulted. Did you notice he didn't mention optical drop? He didn't actually address the fact that you guys saw none of that.
Something to think about.
Yes, definitely something to think about why you are lying to your audience. Well, you are keeping your name, Bearded Devil. Very true. Thanks, Guy.
How you doing, guys? I'm the Bearded Devil. Welcome to my channel. Okay, so pardon the camera work, but this is the only way I can actually kind of display all this, because I don't have a second tripod and I don't have a second camera with me. So, here we are. Alright, what I did was, at each interval, I traced out the angles. Okay? And all it is, see, they all converge right about there. Now, this represents just a simple point in space, and it also coincides where the camera was. Alright? Downrange, you can see where the little truck is. Okay? And at each point is a set of 4 lines. The edge of the ledge, and 2 lines representing the width of the little truck, and 1 line representing the top. Okay? Roughly, if I can get it in there, right about there. Right? Okay. Now, I did the same thing at each interval, but obviously left the the strings going all the way to that point to which they converge. Alright? And just, they keep, each one. And they all intersect right here. Okay? And these angles would still exist. You can see they still exist even without the truck being there, right? That didn't stop them from existing. That's where they are at that point, okay? This is a function of 3D space, right? Now, Flatzoid more or less kind of showed one snippet from a couple of series of images that I took a while back that I had on Discord. I actually linked them in my previous video. And it more or less shows you this right here, all right? Just remember, like you can see where my hand intersects, right there. Ah, no, I messed it up completely. That's the downside of using a cheap tripod. It doesn't have a whole lot of muscle power, as it were, so the lines kind of tug on it. So forgive me, I'm not perfect.
Great comments.
But anyway, the idea is that if we...
You have great comments in the video.
In what video?
The great comments in the video.
In this video?
What?
Which video are you talking about?
I'm talking about the...
Oh, my commentary.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see, I was engaging so much with this guy. It's like, oh. Every time he spoke, he literally made my point.
Yeah,
now, his demonstration, yeah.
And you are even highlighting that in the comments, so yeah.
Yeah, that it's all just optical. It's not physical drop. And this is exactly why I asked earlier, how do you know that curve you're seeing is optical, is physical, when it can be shown to be optical? It's the same with this. We live in 3D space. So this 3D space is showing to be optical while he's literally got the physical lines out showing those physical lines stay exactly the same parallel with each other. But optically, it drops.
Yep.
That's what I love about this demonstration he did.
Do all this. We're going to line this up a little bit. All right. Just a skosh. Let's see if we can get this all proper. Like now, if you follow where these lines end up, and I may have to adjust this real quick because it seems to have moved us a little bit too far up. But all right. The idea, of course, being that they all roughly line up. Anyway, ideally, but you can trace these lines. If you wanted to sit there and do the same thing using my footage, go right ahead, right? Flatzoid did a half-assed job in which he kind of, well, he wanted to say that there was some kind of elevation change. The reality is there's no actual elevation change. Again, that's just the mental wanderings of a two-dimensional thinker, right? It doesn't actually slope upwards, right? The ledge itself doesn't slope upwards. The vehicle itself didn't slope upwards. In fact, the roof stayed where it was. There's no rise in elevation like he claimed. Remember, in the video, I talked about how, to a 2D thinker, that bottom, the wheels, would appear to go up. They don't. It's just that the angular size changes. Alright? That's all there is to it. And this is because of this. By the way, this property of 3D space is how we're able to have perspective, how we're able to view things in perspective. This isn't optical. That's why I think, obviously it's not optical. I'm showing you with physical objects, all of the things that I was talking about. The string is physical. Obviously the car is physical. I'm able to demonstrate that it's just a physical property of three-dimensional space. That's it. It's not imaginary. It's not optical. It's not an illusion. Right? All of the angles that happen, these are all lines that emanate from a singular point in space. Right? That's all it is. In a 360-degree sphere, if you want. I know that you guys don't like the term sphere for some strange reason. I guess it's some...
I can't believe it was that long ago. Yeah, I literally made this video before I went to go through for my child's birth.
Weird fucking problem. But how else do you describe something that's 360 degrees in every conceivable direction? Not just up and down, not just sideways, but everything in between, right? And these lines, if I had a sturdier tripod and enough string, I could essentially mark out every conceivable angle that you could see within the visual field of this camera, right? Well, but you would not be able to see anything because of all the fucking strain. But nonetheless, these lines just keep going on the way they're going to go forever. All right? It's just 3 dimensions. This is what happens. How much more do I have to show you? Right? None of these angles, because remember, all the angles, they're here. They start here. All of them. Right? They all have a starting point, at least from the viewpoint of, they start at this point, or intersect at the point, however you want to describe it, but they all are here, right? This is the point at which they go outward, right? In every conceivable direction. In almost every infinite you can think of. So, they're not, this is why I'm telling you, at any scale. If I had a really small truck, and it corresponded with these angles, right? If I were to put it roughly there, right? The same thing would happen. The angles themselves would still exist. They would just be closer. Closer you are, the more tighter they are. That's really
This is me. This guy talk.
So, and then from that point, they spread outward. You know, that's what I was telling you. At any scale, this works because it all emanates from a single point in 3D space.
You can just talk.
You know,
talk.
These
talk,
Yeah, he does. He does.
Look, it still just goes on, and he says the same thing over and over.
My friend, I want to ask you one thing. What's the best evidence for globe Earth from your personal experience? Not from the photos,
Pictures
not
from
from the
space.
NASA.
Pictures from space.
No,
is the
personal
best.
experience.
No, personal
Yeah,
experience.
I personally seen pictures from space.
Well, they're looking for more like, pictures you've taken from space. Yeah.
Boats go over the horizon. I've gone up to Lake Superior and seen
Sorry, say it
big
again.
shipping containers go over the horizon with a telescope. You can watch them.
Well, that's the thing. The video I just showed shows that it's just an optical effect.
I think he was trying to say that the light is traveling in a straight line from any object to your eye. And so you can say optical as much as you'd like, but there is something physical going on there. That's what the string was
Yes,
representing.
but it's optically dropping.
Dropping?
Yeah.
Why, it's disappearing from the bottom up.
Yes. It's optical.
Yeah.
It's because of perspective.
In the way that like optics means light traveling to your eye.
I think I'm going to get a video you might find interesting. Hopefully I can find it. Was it Flat Out Truth that had it on each channel? I can't remember. Anyway, it's getting very late, guys. It is late. Never mind. It's getting very late. It's like 1 a.m. Yeah.
Time for bed.
Yeah. I want to see if I can find this one video quickly.
Just one more thing. It's a very basic one. I would like to hear from you, or you can show me, present, whatever you choose. Air pressure without container.
Well, the atmosphere is held on to the Earth by gravity.
Right. So balloons with helium do not rise up because gravity pulls them down. That's what you're saying.
Balloons with helium do fall to the ground in a vacuum, but because they're less dense than the atmosphere around it, the atmosphere falls to the ground, is pulled to the ground more than the helium is.
So I give example. When someone farts, his fart is not spreading around him. is going downwards to the Earth, yes? Because of the Earth gravity.
I suppose a fart is affected by gravity. Is this like some... What are you trying to do here? Humiliate me?
So why you can smell it when your nose is above someone's arse? It's not pulled down to the earth. You shouldn't be able to smell it. Am I correct? In a way of thinking, because gravity would pull it down, so you wouldn't be able to smell it because someone's arse is below your nose level.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
You know, it mixes it mixes in the air and finds a little bit of equilibrium, but more or less it's also being affected by gravity as well. You know, a fart doesn't weigh much, so it floats around in the room a little bit.
Air doesn't weigh much a lot as well. Air, sorry.
Well, the Earth weighs a ton. The atmosphere doesn't weigh too much.
Myself.
The atmosphere doesn't weigh too much, but it weighs enough.
Well, and it's like with gravity.
It's like 14 pounds per square inch. Like it's not nothing.
I think I'm getting tired too.
So how is possible that all the air it's not attracted to the surface of the Earth, and it's not staying just on the bottom of the Earth? Why it's not there, but it's spreaded, and we know it's pretty high as well. So we have atmosphere on a very high distance as well. So how is that the gravity is not affecting in this way the air, and we can still breathe? How is possible? If there is gravity, like you claim it is.
Well, it does get pretty thin without too much distance, like a mile, and it's like 5,000 feet, and it's a lot less. Like it's noticeably.
Maybe there is a different temperature. Maybe that's the case. That's the case. Maybe. Maybe the higher you go, the colder it is. Maybe. I'm just saying maybe.
Okay. I think we're going to end the show. We can always have this discussion again. So.
And we used to believe in gravity too, big time, or at least to me.
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
For sure. But,
and sorry, I had to leave earlier. I had a phone call, then my brother stopped by.
Yeah. No stress, man. But yeah, appreciate you guys coming on. Asa, was actually good having you on. Would like to have you on again for a discussion. Where is it? Yeah. Where is it now? There we go. Okay, so yeah, thanks for coming, man. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate everybody in the YouTube land. I think it was a great long stream, 5 hours. Crazy. Appreciate all the super chats, all the likes and shares. Guys, if you haven't already, please do hit the likes. It really does help the show to grow. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow night.
Sounds good.
Cheers. Many blessings, and may the pressure be with you. Cheers, guys.
Good night, everyone.
And before we go, I see Joel said, guys, there's Bible study tonight. Ooh.
All right. Yeah, Flat, stay for like 2 minutes after show. Share with you something.